And we are back! Ladies and gentlemen, how are you guys doing? Welcome to episode 9 already. We're creeping up to a little milestone there. How are you guys doing? Welcome back. Thank you so much for tuning in, or if you are here for the first time, welcome just like that. Hopefully you'll have a great time. I don't really have much to say besides that I am very excited for tonight's session. I know what's in store, kind of. But will they know what is in store? I don't know, but let's go and check them out first. Here we see some beautiful people right now that are muted and now unmuted. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
How are you guys doing? There you go.
What's up?
Professional transitions.
Guys. I'm writing down all my spells. I have like 8 zillion as a paladin. I have so many.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Well, there's like, okay, maybe not.
Paladins have like the least amount of
spellcasters.
Yeah, you want a lot of spells? Check out the wizard or the bard.
No, your guys are you're just kidding. Paladins obviously most spells any class.
Yes, let's give an overpowered melee class the most spells as well, because that makes sense.
Sure.
Then again, it's not like you use them for healing or anything.
No. Who would do that? Just to hurt things.
Oh, for those who have seen last episode, you know what we mean. Anyway, as is custom, let us introduce these beautiful bastards. First and foremost, Davrik, who are you? What do you do? Where we can find you? What's the meaning of life?
Well, I am Iron Chef Bobby one of the longer names on Twitch, I'd say, all things considered. Stream over on my site, twitch.tv/IronChefBobbyFail. Lots of GTA, played some Punch Club lately, which has been a lot of fun. Do all different kinds of stuff. Loving this. This has been so much fun. Probably the most fun I've had on Twitch like ever. So looking forward to tonight. Should be good.
Oh, sorry, I was gloating. Let's move back on to Jooygirl, to Sunny.
Hello. I haven't been here in a little bit, but I'm here. I'm Jooygirl. I'm ready to try and heal some of these guys. Maybe save their asses from the fire this time around. We'll see what happens. It depends.
We hope for the best. But expect the worst type of thing. Yeah. Oh well, you know, it can't be as bad as last time.
I didn't see it, so I kept myself in the dark.
Yeah, which brings us to the next person. Hey, Wacksteven, what's up? How you do?
Aww.
I regret everything.
I'm out.
Oh yeah, sorry, I still have to update the list. Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm doing okay. You know, I'm mourning, but I'm fine. How are you doing, Mace?
You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of column A, column B, a little bit of C. You know.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to D&D it up.
Yeah, you're feeling it.
I'm just praying to God I don't die again.
Yeah, here's to level 2, right? Here's to level 2. Yeah. Welcome to D&D 5th edition. It's brutal. Talking about brutal, Liera, who are you? What do you do?
Hi, I'm Zcotticus. I play video games on Twitch and spend a lot of time talking to myself and making silly faces and just having lots of fun generally.
There you go.
I'm looking forward to this week. I'm very much looking forward to this week and killing more things. I'm very good at that, I feel.
Yeah, like, you know, especially as level 2 rogue right now. Yeah, you're gonna be difficult to catch up to, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Alright, as we are ready then, I guess without further ado, we should probably go directly into the session itself. Let's take a bit of a flashback for those who missed the last couple of sessions. You know, the gate still broken after the siege caused by the druid after a severe disagreement. The Suicide Squad, as we so originally dubbed it, is still there, but has started to build a bit of a name for themselves in the city, so they have gotten a little bit more freedom to do what they do. And we also have figured out that under the city itself, there seems to be a bit of a cave network of sorts happening, naturally formed, but it is a concern. Our adventurers went in there, some of them didn't come out, and well, the opening is still open, so we'll see how that continues further as the undead seems to be rising. And the lost people, at least the people that were once lost, seem to appear looking like they have seen better days. And that's where we are right now. We finished, or they finished the assignment that they received from Aoth, a priest of an not yet known deity. And they just went off to the tavern and drink, and they celebrated, they got their pay, they did what they were supposed to do, and a new day arrives. It's still very chilly, the wind comes in from the sea, so it's salt, you can smell the salt in the air. It's about early morning, and let's say about 9 a.m. as our heroes or adventurers wake up. And let's see, we have a new face among us. So what does Ozzy do when he wakes up in the morning? Or perhaps he was already awake.
The first thing that Ozzy does in the morning is thoroughly check himself in any kind of reflective surface possible. And he checks his eyeliner, makes sure that it's appropriate, and all darker shades of black eyeshadow are applied appropriately. That's generally his morning ritual.
Looking good.
And every morning he tries to take off this gauntlet that he has, this leather gauntlet that he just can't seem to take off, resigning him to the pact that he has made.
All right. And Ozzy is a new character, so could you tell us a little bit more about him, like what he is, perhaps? And
Sure, I'd love to. Ozzy is a halfling warlock, and he is about as emo poser as possible. He has a. Hold on, I'm trying to find the page. Where'd it go? I lost it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so he's got a pact that he accidentally made with the fiend Fraz Urblou, the demon prince of deception. Yeah, he was basically exiled from his hometown, primarily because of this whole pact that he mistakenly sort of fumbled his way into.
got tricked into.
So
Yeah.
he's a small, skinny, poser pretty boy who made a deal with demons.
Yes.
Basically Justin Bieber.
Oh god.
Yeah. Close. Close.
Well, let's not go that far. But alas, so yeah, we have now got a warlock amongst our midst, and I'm a big fan of warlocks because they have like wonderful spell casting. But we'll see how that goes. And you are in the tavern, then you have resided there. You wake up after doing your morning ritual. Do we find anybody else in the tavern? Perhaps. Well, I'm assuming Davik is at home. I believe Sunny perhaps as well. So, Liera, I believe you are very well possibly in the tavern then.
Yeah, normally at this time in the morning, Leanna would be doing her home workout and stuff, doing her press ups. But you probably find her hacking away at a piece of wood with her dagger, trying to make it into some sort of mask shape. She's just sitting there frustrated. There's a pile of a few, cracked and splintered pieces of wood next to her.
All right.
She's probably already got a drink in hand, actually. She's not doing so well after, stuff happened.
It was a rough one. Davrik is still actually passed out in the house after a wicked bender he went on last night. He's still troubled with guilt from the loss of Antwerp, and he's definitely feeling a little down about that. But I'm still asleep. 9 a.m. We're asleep. I'm passed out in my house on the floor somewhere, not on a bed, just in the corner.
All right,
probably.
so on your backpack somewhere, just laying
just
there.
out of it.
All right. Well, in the meantime, Mayath and the gang, they do their own thing. They're just going through the city. So perhaps Sunny wakes up on her own for a change. Could this be?
I do. I'm awake
Okay.
then? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
I don't.
Sunny
Where are we
happens
going
to
with
wake
this?
up on her own for a change.
He like doesn't know what to do. It's like what? What?
What happened? Where is everybody? Is anybody home? Hello?
You're at this point you hear the door. Yeah, you hear the door. You hear the door close. The front door. You can hear that echoing through the relatively empty house still, but you should be expecting a shipment of basic furniture soon, actually. So
That's right too. Sunny, she's at upstairs in that house, correct?
yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you would Davrick would be snoring very loud. Like it would be like an insanely loud snore, like deafening.
Okay. So I'm gonna go see what's going on then.
Does his beard like lift up as he's snoring?
Yeah.
I hope it moves.
Yeah. It's just the whole like foot long pony, like braided beard. The whole thing just goes. Woo!
Yeah. And there's no particular old man, firing gusts of wind now to do that. So
No, it just happens.
it just happens on its own, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go downstairs, get up, get myself ready, and go and wake him up a little bit. And see if I can take his beard and put it inside of his own mouth. See if that works. For science.
Sunny. Sunny.
Oh, good
What-
morning. I'm so
what are you
sorry. I
doing?
thought you were choking.
It was. You choked. It was, but it was you.
No,
What are you doing?
just fixing things.
God.
Do you want to go get pancakes?
Oh, my head. Pancakes? Yeah. No, I need more ale. Let's go to the tavern. I need more ale.
That's not really a fitting breakfast.
It's my tried and true tested way to kill a hangover. Just more
Just
ale. It
always be
works.
drunk?
Yeah.
Okay.
It works. Yeah. Let's get going with that. Davrick, like just kind of like, cause he's a pretty strong guy. He just he's sleeping on his, I guess he kind of rolls over to his stomach and just like forcefully tries to push himself up with his hands, just kind of go woof, and kind of push, like just jump right up like that. And he grabs his pack and throws it over his shoulder and just starts stretching and rubbing his back, kind of like an old man, as if something's kind of aching and paining him a little bit too. Slowly starts making his way out the door. Sonny, you ready to go?
More than. Yes.
Perfect. And then I guess we're on our way. Davrick shuts the door. I guess we're gonna lock it. Would there be anyone else in that house still, Ace?
No,
anyone
like
who's not-
Myeth and Squall are doing their own thing. The chimney sweep hasn't swept this particular chimney for a little bit as well. So there is somewhere in the city doing their own thing, finding their own jobs and such.
Okay. So yeah, we're just I guess hobbling. Well, I'm hobbling, but we're on the way over to the tavern then.
All right. Back in the tavern, we have, of course, Ozzy walking down after making sure he's looking good. And we have Liara being...
He's got like a book out, like he's like reading like really casually as he's walking down the steps. And occasionally like he flicks his hair away from his eye so he can see, but it just like falls back.
There's that. And then Liara still frustratingly trying to fix her mask.
No, she's trying to carve a whole new one.
A whole new one?
Yeah.
Do
The
you
other
sti-
one's like pretty much like half gone.
Like, do you still have a broken? Do you still have the broken one with you, or?
Yeah. She's rewrapped her bandages and then she's got like the one half on, so you can kind of see. Like,
all right.
Yeah, third of her face.
At which point, Eden is still sweeping the floor. Just it's still early. He just opened up. You guys, he just properly opened. He's still sweeping. Getting the business ready for another bender. of people that do show up on a daily basis. He kind of sweeps around your table and he says, "Well, that mask has seen better days, love."
Yes, it has. And this, and she like just throws the other one. She just took a chunk out of it and ruined it. She throws it on the ground. This isn't going very well. And she picks up a new piece of wood and starts chopping away at it.
He kind of looks at you. He stops sweeping. He starts to lean on his broom. "Well, if you need your old mask fixed, you could probably get that done for relatively cheap if you don't want to go through the hassle of building a new one or carving a new one."
She kind of gets this kind of wistful look in her face and she goes, "I was thinking about getting maybe a clay or porcelain mask. Are there any potters in town?"
Not that I'm aware of at this very moment. We're a small town. We don't have those unique vendors yet, if you will. But what I do know is that when I have something that breaks that can't necessarily be easily fixed, I go check out the general store. They have their ways, if you will. So if you seek out just a simple resolution to that mask issue, then, you know, I'm assuming you're wearing it for a reason after all.
She looks at him, kind of fixes him with her gaze and says, "Well, it is my face after all."
I can't see that completely, but that's, I suppose, the purpose of a mask.
Just out of curiosity, your face is bandaged?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, like, you hear somebody, like, pipe up in the corner. He's, like, leaning against the wall, and he's just, like, looking in his book. And you can just sort of, like, see, like, one eye, like, peering through some hair. And he's like, "That's bleak." The whole bandage face thing, that's bleak. And then he, like, goes back to reading.
Leanna looks over her shoulder and says, "I appreciate your input, little one." And then turns back to Eve and says,
Eden,
sorry, yeah. Says, "How much do you think it would cost? I'm a little bit short on the old gold at the moment."
It's not expensive. I believe that your dwarf friend you did the job with the other day, Davrik, had something fixed as well over at Baltic, you know, the general store. He probably knows more, so I would, you know, advise either asking Baltic directly or perhaps Davrik. Other than that, I don't really know. It really depends on how Baltic feels that day, I'm afraid.
I'll seek Davrik out.
Anyway,
Thank you.
Just a heads up. Anyway, legs up as he sweeps under your legs, just to, you know, get the sand and whatever under it, and then he just keeps going onto his business. Gives a quick nod to Ozzy, you know, morning. He has dealt with you the previous night because, you know, you have slept in the inn, so he knows of you, but he doesn't pay much attention to you. He just business to do so.
Ozzy just kind of like, and I'll have some pancakes and make them black.
Like my soul.
He kind of looks at you. Pancakes coming right up. Liara, you anything?
Some more ale, please. And I guess some pancakes.
Pancakes it is. And he goes on his way. Like, he stops brooming. He puts the broom to a wall. And he just starts, you know, making some breakfast. At which point, I presume Sunny and Davrik arrive as well. It's not a long walk from the home, like maybe a couple of minutes at most. But at this point, you guys also arrive in a almost empty tavern. Eden currently not to be seen. You see some people in the tavern, like just regular, just common folk of you, and you should also now see Liara sitting at one of her tables with a small halfling nearby.
And as they walk in, Sunny's just chattering away about the history of the town, and Davrik looks like he wants to punch her. Well, anyway, the history, because when they get the stonework out from the sea and they just polish it up, and that's why the foundations are a little bit brittle. But
Davrik just. just fake coughs, and he's kind of leaning over, kind of got his hands on his temples, just rubbing his head like he's got a splitting headache. That's very, very interesting.
I know, isn't it? It's fascinating. Now, on to how they make the fishing nets. You see, they take the special hemp and they
Davrick keeps walking, and he looks up and he sees Liara he's listening but not really paying attention to Sunny at the same time. Yes, just kind of as he's walking over to Liara. Yes, Sunny. Yes, yeah, very, very interesting. Yes, and he moves over and pops a squat next to Liara and kind of gives Liara like a solemn nod and kind of Sunny, there's someone over here you should definitely meet.
Oh, hello. I'm Sunny. Hello.
Sunny, this is Liara.
Liara just gives a quick nod.
Could you describe yourself for me? I don't know.
Oh, she's very tall. She's like 6'1". She's very fit looking, quite muscular. And she wears a wooden mask, but part of it looks like it's kind of broken or rotting away. And underneath it, you can see she's got bandages kind of wrapped around her face.
What kind of race is she?
Yeah, she's humanoid, as far as you can tell currently.
You can't really tell. Okay.
Yeah.
Sunny's just a tiny little halfling.
Yeah.
And she wears little braids and stuff. I mean, obviously, she's a cleric. She looks very obviously cleric. But anyway. But it's nice to meet you. What happened to your
I believe perhaps Davrick can tell you about it later. It involves some...
Yeah.
She just kind of falls silent.
Yeah, and with that, Davrick says, Sunny, and Davrick kind of loses kind of the gruff cut from his voice. Is Sunny, we set off on a mission in the catacombs underneath the local temple. We lost one of our friends, one of our travelers, and it's been very difficult just the past few days. So, Liara, it was a difficult fight, but we did lose someone, and it's why I've been actually drinking more than even normal as of late.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear, but it's okay. We can get that fixed up for you, I'm sure.
I don't know.
I'm gonna move closer to Davrick, and I'm gonna be sitting right next to him. He'll turn, and just suddenly I'm there, and I'm gonna be staring very intently at him, and I'm gonna say, "Explain to me how you're feeling right now."
Davrick slowly turns to the side, and for anyone who doesn't know a little bit about Davrick's history, you said you're a halfling, correct?
Yes.
Davrick he has not had the best of past with halflings. He's not very good with them. The first time he ever actually ran into Sunny, who's also a halfling, he almost started fighting. So he sort of turns and looks and what?
Your feelings. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very thirsty. Could you please go get me an ale?
I'm not your servant. I'm interested in your thoughts and your feelings about death.
The only thing I'm interested in killing right now is another couple mugs.
Eden comes over at this point with
your friend.
Why do you care? And you said that Eden comes over with some ales, maybe?
Yeah, Liara and Liara ordered ale, and you can start the smell of pancakes kicking in, and Eden sees Sunny, he sees he sees you, Davrick, and he kind of looks at you, recognizing the fact that you have a massive hangover. He's like, another one.
And with when I guess Eden and Davrick kind of make eye contact, Eden, bacon, please, crisp, black, fast.
And Eden,
kind of looks down and exaggerates his headache.
Yeah, and another ale. Like he kind of just writes it down. Like everybody just kind of like everybody want to just like write down 2 silver pieces off your character sheet. But beyond that, Eden just kind of walks around. You hear him mumbling, "Why does everybody want everything black these days?" And he kind of walks away.
Liara,
It's a reflection of society.
Liara takes her ale and just kind of slides it along the bar near Davrik and says, "I think you need this more than I do, friend."
Thank you, Liara. And with that, Davrik honestly just grabs it firmly. You can probably hear his greaves do like the iron on iron, just and just down the hatch and just slams it down on the table. It just stretches and I can already feel my headache subsiding. Thank you, Liara. Really appreciate it.
Yes, and let's say that you owe me one. Could you tell me about getting my mask fixed at the general store?
Yeah, there's a very, very skilled dwarf. He can take care of it. Very reasonably priced as well. Just don't. Davrik kind of chuckles. Don't bring up his heritage, though. He's very touchy over that. But he will fix your mask.
Okay, thank you.
No sweat.
Let's get breakfast.
And in due time, everybody gets their pancakes and their bacon slightly burnt, and their pancakes on the one side kind of like left too long in the pan for Ozzy, kind of black. And then there's more people that come in with breakfast for breakfast and just for pleasantries and such, just to hang out. And everybody kind of roll a perception check for me if you want.
The rolls are starting.
I have awful perception, but let's do this.
Davrik, every perception roll, Davrik literally has his eyes closed. Because I can never... Okay, hold on. Skills. Perception. Boop.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Sunny, Ozzy, and Davrik. Yeah, you're probably just still too much in your own head about what happened and the frustration and the mask that is not really working. So you're not paying too much attention to the crowd that has come in and started talking. But the rest of you guys hear several different stories. All of you hear multiple people mumbling about the fact that the gate is still open. There's a certain unrest that fills the room as you notice these people talking about it. And the fact that the guardsmen and the miners, they should have arrived about a day, almost 2 days ago now, and they're still not here. So there's a lot of speculation about what happened. Are they still alive? Are they still on their way? What's going on? And Chris, Ozzy, you hear as a couple of individuals, just a few, speaking with fear about a person who has recently arrived in the city that appears to be similar in nature as the one who attacked the city. And that's all you really can make up during all the conversation.
I hope the miners get back okay. They've been working on the gate for days. I've been trying to help, but I'm no word worker. Really just there for moral support. And
they're probably dead.
Splinters.
Oh, I hope... What was your name again? And Davrik sort of looks over at the other halfling, trying his best to not judge this one.
Some people call me Ozzy, and he shakes his fringe.
Ozzy. Do you like ale?
I don't really like ale as much as, well, the darkest of wines.
Just like my soul. And Davrik just gets up and just quickly darts off over towards where. And who did you say Ace was talking about the miners and stuff? Was that like someone?
That seems to be the talk of the city right now, because the gate, everybody's still kind of restless due to the fact that the gate is not fixed yet. And the history of the city does not lend well to not having the protection of the walls and the gate.
So with that, has Eden gotten our stuff yet? Have I received my deliciously crisp bacon?
Oh yeah, you guys have been eating. You guys have been.
Okay, so that's probably I got like it all gone. I got the last piece, like as I'd say, it's as dark as my soul, and I take a nice bite out of it, and I kind of run off to try to find Eden and hop up on. Is Eden like at the bar, or where would Eden be right now?
Eden is just walking around and filling orders and just running his business. So he's just throughout the tavern.
Okay, so Davrick sort of like slowly like kind of walks over with the piece of bacon, kind of like he's kind of chewing on it, and he walks up to Eden and kind of gives Eden like a slight light backhanded tap into the stomach. Because Eden, oh, I've been hearing a lot of talk about the miners not back yet. Have you heard anything? I know you're in this tavern all day. Have you heard any rumors? Anything past just the typical? Where are they?
Where they are, I do not know, my friend. However, isn't it really a far thought to think that they might be in trouble?
Well, they're probably in trouble. I'm just wondering if you've heard anything. We'll definitely be checking in with the mayor. Thank you so much. And with that, Eden, with that, Davrick like finishes the bacon and like kind of chomps it down and turns it. Oh, the bacon was great, by the way. Thank you again.
I know.
And don't forget about that keg of ale that you owe me either, by the way.
He kind of he suddenly reminds himself, of course, and he just kind of goes on to his business.
Beautiful. So Davrick rushes back over and kind of shuffles back into the seat next to the Yara. Just talk to Eden about the miners. There's no news. I feel we should definitely look into this. Maybe talk to the mayor.
Yes, sounds like a plan. Perhaps we can check in with the captain of the guard. He spends a lot of times around the gate. Maybe he saw something. I heard when people came through. He does question everyone.
Yeah, it would probably be good to investigate. No one seems to have heard anything, and no message, no nothing, no flares, no fights.
Yeah, and that gate is still not finished. Something must be done. And Davrick kind of looks over. Is Ozzy sitting at the table?
Ozzy's standing up, like he's trying to look aloof. Like it's
he's kind of like standing there, like awkwardly, but kind of like okay.
Yeah. Like occasionally, like he'll move over and like take a. I mean, he's still a halfling, right? So he still, like devours any food that's in front of him.
Yeah.
But like he does it like as aloofly as possible. Yeah.
Ozzy, I know we've never met. Are you the adventuring type by any stretch?
I have been on adventures, but they seek me out. I don't go looking for them. In fact, I'm very curious about these dead miners that everyone's talking about.
Yeah, well, and then with that, Davrick's gonna like go into a bit of a gist. Just keeps it quick. He basically talks about how went out for a quest. Shit. I totally fucked that up. I apologize. Oh my god. Yeah. So anyway, he goes in and he's discusses how the town was attacked by like a druid and like a giant like tree monster. Davrick describes it as like what was it again? Ace? Like I can't remember the exact looks of the giant like
the shambling mountie that broke the gate.
Yeah.
It was essentially a massive compost of like tree trunks, branches, leaves that was just animated through some kind of magic. It didn't have a specific form. It just looked like a bunch of forest stuff that was animated.
So with that, and he says, after the attack, we had to basically go out and search for materials in the forest and in the mines to repair the gate. And we went out, well, actually myself and Sonny and a few of our other friends, we went out and we assisted the lumberjacks and got the trees required, but the miners out looking for iron and for the ore, they have yet to return. And that's what this is all about. Without the gate, the town is vulnerable. So if you want to feel protected while you're eating your blackened pancakes, this might be a good time to tag along.
If I feel up to it, I guess I'll go.
Okay, then it's decided.
Well, that would be nice, new friend. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
And I guess with that, Davrik kind of just hops up and shuffles around. We're gonna get going, and it just looks. Has everybody finished their food or drink?
Yeah, I was assuming in due time everybody finished their ale and their food.
Yep.
All right, so you guys move out, and I believe there were several paths you guys wanted to talk. I know Liera has to go to Baltic, or wants to go to Baltic. Some of you guys wanted to check out Eve, and others wanted to talk to perhaps to the Torv. Are we going separate ways here, or perhaps...
I'll go with Liara to the general store. Sure, around a bit. I feel like I know the town now.
Ozzy will go with Davrik. He's trying to constantly pester Davrik about his feelings.
He just wants Davrik to break open and release all the old. I got you.
Exactly.
One halfling to another.
Yeah.
No, but Davrik's a dwarf.
Yeah, but one short fella to another, I guess. Okay.
I mean,
so,
like, he came in with a halfling that talked his ears off, and then there's another halfling as he leaves that talks his ears off.
Him talk his ears off.
Yeah.
Karma is a
But
funny
Davrik
thing.
It is indeed.
So let us first go to the general store. Now, Sonny shows you around Liera, and it's you know, like it's a small city. It's not like you didn't really know where it was. You had an idea, and yeah, you do see you see one of the you see another halfling outside, just putting out some items for display as you guys approach.
Okay. Liara kind of addresses the halfling and says, "Excuse me, are you open? Are we okay to come in?"
This halfling just stops in her tracks. He turns around. Yeah, of course, we're open. What, can I help you?
We need repairs, please.
Repairs. That's Balthic's job. I tend to just sell stuff. Let me get...
Is he here? Can we go get him?
Yeah, he's in the back. Come inside and I'll grab him. And she skips through the store, and as you guys approach, it's not well lit. It's kind of dusty at the moment. But it just looks like a proper general store. However, this particular general store seems to also sell weaponry and other items that perhaps are not naturally found in general stores per se. As she kind of disappears in the back, and you hear her scream, "Baltic!" And you hear this dwarven voice, "Aye! Customers!" And you just hear this groan echoing out of the back, "Ugh!" As he just kind of like comes out of the back, walking, almost waggling. Waggling, is that a word? It is now. "Morning. What can I do you for?"
Liara pipes up in Dwarvish and says, as she takes off her mask, and says, "My mask got damaged. I heard from Eden and Davrik that you may be the person to repair it." And she kind of holds it out to him.
As you take off your mask, we see your entire face. Would you mind elaborating?
Yeah, she's very pretty. I mean, well, but very pretty is maybe understating it. She's quite beautiful, like OK Magazine's most beautiful women of the year kind of level beautiful. She's
high charisma.
No. She's not
very
just like, ooh, she's like, damn.
Yeah,
wow, like stopping the street and like.
And she has bandages over her face. So.
Yeah.
Like, how do these bandages like roll over? Are they just like across her face, or are they actually just like? Are we talking about they have purpose, or are we talking about Nelly?
No, she kind of had them wrapped around her face, but she just had them around the bottom half, and she kind of pulls them down because she's trying to be polite. Now she's taking off her mask. She may as well take off the whole thing. So.
Oh, it doesn't have actually purposes for bandaging wounds. It's just like more like a covering the face. Oh, okay.
Yep.
He kind of looks at you like he kind of like gives you this like slight moment of a smirk, and then you heard correct. This wooden mask. Just a simple fix. Aye. Let's say 10 silver pieces. How does that sound?
That would be delightful, thank you. And she reaches an air pouch and she gives him 15 silver pieces.
Ah, I see you do indeed talk dwarfish. Well, and he says it in dwarfish, right? He puts the he puts the coin, he counts it, and he just puts it in his own pouch to the side, and he takes his mask, he places it on the table in front of him. He rubs his hands, and with one hand, actually, he just kind of like magically returns the mask to its former state. In fact, it looks like it's completely brand new once he's done with it, and it only takes like seconds when it completes. And he's like, "There you go."
And she like pulls the bandages kind of back up from around her neck and takes the mask and puts it on. Says, "Thank you very much, Master Dwarf."
Very welcome. Anything else, perhaps for your halfling friend?
Oh no, I'm good. I was just keeping her company. I like watching you work. It's pretty fun. I do speak Dwarvish, yeah.
Yeah. Also, you also say this in dwarfish?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this entire conversation is just going on in dwarfish, and he's kind of delighted by it because he doesn't get a chance to like speak dwarfish often, with all the humans around that tend to speak more elfish languages. So he gets almost jolly, which is a weird sight for the stoic dwarf. He's like, "Well, oh, thank you very much, but on your way then. We have business to attend to."
Leah looks at him and says, "I very much appreciate this. If you ever happen to be in the tavern, please come. I owe you a drink."
That I will hold you on.
Yeah. And Leah kind of turns away with like a spring in her step and leaves the general store.
All right.
See, I told you it would turn out just fine. No, we should probably find the captain of the guard, right?
Yes. I'm not too sure where he'll be right now. Do you have any ideas?
Yes, I do. Where is he? I should know this. I remember. I don't remember.
He can be at two places. You guys can immediately check, as you guys can probably spot him. He's like a pretty large half-orc. More human than half-orc, but, you know, still very noticeable in a crowd. And he's probably at the gate, or he's about to wake up in the barracks, but you have a good feeling he's at the gate.
No, he's probably at the gate. He's usually there.
Okay. Lead the way.
All right, and you guys move towards the gate. In the meantime, Davrik and Ozzy have gone to Eve, the mayor of the town, correct?
Yes, we're heading to the mayor's place.
Well, you guys arrive at the well-known house that's kind of founded in the middle, at the, well, center on the top, if you will.
So explain to me again, how did your friend die?
Basically, it was attacked by a real evil beast with a dead heart that just wouldn't stop attacking it, and he basically died. It was. Look, I don't want to talk about
how exactly did he die? Like, can you explain the whole process? Did you like see his soul leaving or anything? And he opens like really wide eyes and he flicks his fringe.
No, I'd seen no such thing. And why?
You see him like scratch some stuff out on his book. He's got like this like overly flamboyant like black quill that he's writing in his book of lore with.
What are you writing? And with that Davrik, like for once, barely ever, he actually gets to peer down onto somebody else.
He like closes the book really quickly.
Oh, what do you have in there, little man?
This is my special book. You can't look inside because it is a reflection of my soul.
Okay. Well, how about this? I won't ask you about the book if you don't ask me about what happened to my friend Antwerp.
He takes like a long time to consider. And he says,
Fine, but I might ask you some other questions.
That's fine. And with that, Davrik sort of like is relieved a little bit that he kind of gets out of having to talk about Antwerp. That's just a touchy.
Anyone else die?
Oh yes, I have. I've killed a few myself, actually.
Really?
All deserved it. Yes.
That's bleak.
Let's. Oh, I don't know, bleak, but with that, I guess the whole time we're talking, Davrik's kind of like trying to like keep moving towards the door. And with that, I guess like I'm standing at the door, and it's very. You're strange. And with that, Davrik turns and just rop on the door.
You can, as you approach and you start knocking on the door, you can actually hear two voices. You can hear Eve's voice, but also another female voice that then suddenly stop talking as you can hear the footsteps come closer to the door, and Eve opens the door. She kind of looks at you. Yes.
Eve, I've come to inquire on the state of the miners. Have you heard anything?
I have not, but they should have been back already. It is something that concerns me greatly, yes.
Is there anything that we may do to help?
Come inside for a moment. And she kind of gestures you inside. And as you approach, you actually see somebody else sitting, a little bit puzzled now that you have been invited. And you see this... you see this woman sitting there in what appeared to be initially some kind of priest-like cloth. However, you notice that the accessories she's wearing are very much in the spirit of nature. Like she has braces that are leaves and flowers. She also has some of the nature stuff braided in her hair, which reminds you immediately of an encounter you had previously.
Yeah.
With Syria.
The druid. Eve, I do not mean to intrude, but what nature is this meeting? And he's kind of gestures towards the lady with the nature-esque sort of thing. And Davrik, I guess, is sort of sour about the whole like all the ongoings with that he's kind of had with nature. So he's just kind of taken aback.
Eve just kind of goes back to her place at the head of the table. She sits down. Well, this meeting has actually to do something that you brought, your previous companions brought to my attention. Do you remember helping out the lumberjacks and what you encountered on the way?
Davrik, with that, Bill, be honest. Recently had an encounter where one of my good friends passed. I've been on maybe a little bit too much mead lately. Do not recall the fine details. However, all I know is that they are not back. And we must help.
Yeah, you have seen better days, Davrik.
Yes.
But before we go into detail, who is your current companion?
And with that, Davrik kind of looks, I guess Ozzy's standing next to him. Are we sitting?
No. Ozzy found like some corner to like lean against. One leg is like leaning up against the wall, like, and he's like looking at his book like he can barely care about the conversation. He flips his fringe up and he just says, "Hey."
This is Ozzy. You'll have to get more details out of him. I couldn't get much myself. He seems okay.
It's a refreshing change to have somebody who doesn't talk as often. Like, as Davrik chuckles, like she kind of chuckles as well. Anyhow, this ties in with your request, in fact. The miners indeed have not yet returned, which is of great concern, but when you and your companions left with the lumberjacks to escort them to acquire the much required wood, you encountered a place of ritual.
Aye, yes, I do remember the circle.
Yes, this information was passed on to me, and I have yet. It's difficult to determine what it actually is without being there. May it be a place of power, of ritual, perhaps a druid circle. Which brings us to my friend over here, and she kind of like looks in your general direction, and you know she looks pleasant. You know, it's just she looks like a lady of the cloth. Brown hair, good face. Yeah, and she just kind of smiles and gives an acknowledging nod.
Okay. With that, like when they kind of look at each other, I want that like Davrick sort of like kind of reaches out his senses. Like, do I feel anything off of this? Because he's like had a good, consistent track record of feeling the evil from nature. Like, because all the evil that all the nature we've kind of run into so far has kind of had that sort of like feeling that he's been able to sense.
Actually, like there has been a feeling. Like when you encountered the beast of ill omen, there was an evil spirit there. But when it comes down to all the other nature events that you have encountered, they felt they had no specific feeling one way or the other. And as far as you can tell from her, she does not strike you as evil. You know, there's no weird odors that register on your smell, if you will. If anything, she seems quite pleasant. From what you can tell.
I will. Again, I cannot help you guys much on the nature of the circle. I am quite curious. Have you found anything? Is there anything that we may be able to help with?
Well, that is actually the thing that I was just discussing. There's two things that are a pressing matter. We have to determine the purpose of this circle, which is surprisingly close to the city, for I do not know what it is, and if it should be kept there or perhaps removed. And of course, we also have the issue of the miners still not back, and if that gate doesn't get closed quickly, we may be looking at circumstances that once happened and should not happen again. Either way, I would love to acquire your assistance in the matter. I'm sure you and perhaps your other companions would love to help out for some coin, naturally.
Naturally, but we would like to help.
Then I suggest you seek out your companions so we can make a joint decision.
Okay, would you like me to bring them back? Would you like us to go somewhere specific? What would you like us to do right now, specifically?
Seek them out, bring them back here. I can keep my conversation going as well while you seek them out.
Okay. I guess I don't really want to go out of character, but like, do we at the tavern? I don't think that we knew where they were going to like after the shop, did we?
I think you got that. They mentioned
at the tavern, yeah.
Yeah, they did mention. Okay. Well, okay. We'll go find them. We'll bring them back and we'll discuss terms and payment. And Davrick kind of chuckles slightly and stands up. I guess he's standing, and Ozzy is you said Ozzy is kind of like standing over in the corner, I think, or like kind of up against the wall. Sort of.
Yeah. He's just like leaning, you know. He's got like that one like casual leg, like his foot is like against the wall, you know.
Davrick looks at Ozzy and chuckles slightly and kind of motions his head towards the door and says, "Come on, Ozzy, let's go."
Ozzy, make a perception check for me.
Okie doke. 15.
15?
15.
Hold on. What was your alignment again, Ozzy? What did you write down?
Chaotic neutral.
Okay. As you leave this building, you notice that Eve, the mayor of the city, kind of looks at you and whispers something under her breath that you can't quite make it up, but it looks magical in nature.
Interesting. Can I figure out what kind of magic it is?
Throw an Arcana check. Arcana check, yeah.
Okie dokie. 13.
Are you proficient with it?
Yes.
it's very difficult to determine what type of spell this is. But it seems to asks. It's like it's a type of spell that seems to seek out knowledge of some sort. It tries to determine something. It's as best as you can figure out.
Okay, so as the spell like goes off, I turn my head and like stare at Eve like dead on, and my eyes flash red for a second, along with the gem on my gauntlet. And then like I flip my fringe and I walk out.
As you do that, throw an intimidation check, because you're trying to intimidate her in a way, I suppose. I want to see this happen in a halfling. Come on, let's make it happen. I want to see how this plays out.
Not really.
No. Like, as you do that, she kind of looks at you. She leans forward and just gives you like this very polite but almost dismissive smile. As you do that.
Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah, exactly. So cute. That's the overall feeling you get from her as you flick your hair and you walk out.
I'm disgusted as I leave.
Yeah.
Revile.
Horribly disgusted.
And this whole thing, as like these looks, Davrik is a few steps ahead and is completely oblivious to the whole thing, so he doesn't see.
And in due time, like lining up the events, you guys all kind of meet towards the gate or on the way to the gate. And as you guys look around, there's a couple of guards, and if you look around, they look tired, exhausted, and on their last legs, because there's not a lot of guards left, as you guys know, so they have been, running overtime, trying to make sure that the gate was secured and nobody got through. However, Rodolphe right now is not at the gate, as you guys meet up with one another.
Liara, how? I guess does Liara have the new mask on?
Yeah.
Seriously? Okay. I see he took care of the mask. It looks brand new.
Yes, he did. Thank you.
No need to thank me. Me and Ozzy here. And with that, he pretty much every time he says Ozzy, he kind of looks at Ozzy. With Ozzy here, we talked to the mayor about the miners. She has some work for us involving coin. We should definitely go seek her out and learn what she has to say.
I did want to speak to the captain first, but
Have you seen the captain? I know on our walk over, I did not see him.
no, we haven't come across him.
Haven't found him. He might be sleeping in. He does require a bit of rest. I think it's proportional to his size.
More than likely, and with that, Davrik sort of lets out a little bit of a belly laugh. Maybe the mayor will have a better idea as to his location.
Good. I mean, we should talk to her anyway, because I am concerned about the gate. It's been days and days.
Aye.
Yes, this is true.
So
Let's just go see the mayor then.
Perfect. And we're heading off towards the mayor. Off to see the mayor.
Tough to see the mayor.
The wonderful mayor of the town.
All right, then.
Mayor,
From once you came, you go back again. It's about an hour. It's like about 10 a.m. right now. It's noon is creeping in on you. You guys reach the mayor, knock, the door opens. It's Eve once again. Now seeing the entire group. I see you have found your friends, Davrik.
Hi.
Come in.
Hello, Eve. Good to see you.
Sunny, good to see you as well. Like, she kind of gives you she kind of is hesitant to Liara as you have a mask on, and she hasn't have any. She knows of you because she's like the only person with a mask on, and of course, the captain of the guard has spoken about you as well. Not that you know that, but she does give you a look like I know who you are, but I don't know who you are type of thing.
Yeah, and while I guess Eve is sort of, or like the mayor's sort of eyeing Liara up and down, says, "This is Liara. I'm sure you may have heard a few things, but I've done some work with her in the past, and you'll be hard pressed to find a better marksman. I tell you that."
All right, and I see our little friend is also still with us as she gives you the same this dismissive smile, Ozzy, as you walk in.
Oh, Ozzy just looks like really upset, and he just.
Right away, Davrick sees the disgust. Ozzy, how do you feel right now?
Yeah, that chuckles.
Yeah.
So good.
Taste medicine, your own. There you go.
Ozzy just like pouts, and he flips his fringe, and he tries to find an awkward position to sit in one of the chairs that might be around. Like he tries to sit the wrong way on a chair, like to the side or something. He just like opens up his book and starts writing like violently.
I'll be okay.
Angry journaling now.
All right. Eve takes a seat as well. And those who have not yet been here now also see this person sit kind of next to her. She sits on the head of the table, and like directly to the side of her sits this woman who looks like she's off the cloth, but does all these nature accessories, the leaves, the roots, the entangled flowers.
Investigate her a little bit.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
See if I can recognize anything about her demeanor, if she has a symbol that is recognizable.
You just want to kind of
see if I can figure out more about her.
That would be an investigation check.
Investigation?
Yeah.
There it is. It's in alphabetical order. I don't know.
As you look like you're kind of like look at her, and she does look, well dressed and
she's clean.
And clean, and she does have this presence to her, but you can't really determine. She just looks like another pretty human, pretty elf. That's one of the things you can figure out, but everybody can see that it is indeed an elf, as her ears give her away.
Rolled so badly, I can't even tell.
Yeah.
I know.
For that is all
that a
you
female?
know.
How do they work?
What are those bumps on her chest? No. However, you now also see this person still like acknowledging all your presences by giving you a quick nod and a smile, nice demeanor. As Eve, gets this serious look on her face. So there's two things of note. I'm not sure if Davrick has informed you, but I'm sure you all are very well aware that the gate is still not repaired. This... I don't have to tell you what happened that made the gate this way. We were all here. If that were to happen again without the gate... well, I can only imagine the horrors. So, I suggest...
Go ahead, imagine them. And like Ozzy's sitting forward, and he's like very intent.
She just kind of looks at you.
What would you say could happen?
Maybe we can discuss that at another time. One task at a time. Let's focus. How about?
I am focused.
And Ozzy he glances like angrily out the corner of his eye at you, Sonny, and he just like writes down something.
Davrick looks at Ozzy and finally sort of has a good grasp on his character and chuckles slightly.
Ozzy, as you try to inquire, Eve, you hear this, and you back off. You hear this voice in the back of your head as your glove starts to almost vibrate. Be wary. She's not like the others.
And I guess every time that this happens, like my eyes glow red. Like I try to comb my fringe down.
There's a voice that just echoes through your head, indeed. And perhaps, I'm not sure if there won't be much of a glow, perhaps there will be. But you can definitely feel the vibration of this entity reaching out to you.
Okay, and was I looking at Sunny
Eve.
when this was
No,
said?
at Eve. You were looking at Eve.
At Eve. Okay.
But Eve continues the conversation, explaining that she doesn't actually have to continue the conversation. She also introduces the person with her, as that is, I suppose, common courtesy. She introduced this individual as, as Enna. She tells that she is indeed one of the druids that come from the mainland, and she has called upon her assistance with the place Sunny, Davrik, and 2 other companions have found not too long ago, a couple of days, I believe, once you guys went out to help the lumberjackers. She's here to determine what the purpose of that circle is and if they should be worried or not. As the conversation continues, she, however, finds it to be more pressing to find out what the miners are doing. She leans forward. So these miners, I do not know. All I know is that they should have been back. I have had no word, no message. Silence is the only thing I've received from that end. So I would like to have your assistance once again for coin to find out what happened and if they can still be found.
Well, okay. I think that would be a good idea, especially because they're supposed to be back a long time ago. And, well, we can't really afford to lose any more people now, can we? Would everyone agree that it would be a good idea to investigate?
I think it would be good. I think it's probably the best course of action. However, we just recently completed a mission, so to say, a task at the local chapel under the underground. I'm unaware of. Have you heard of the catacombs underneath the temple?
Catacombs? Are you referring to the tunnel that has been found?
Aye, the tunnel, yes, the one that branches out from the lower levels of the chapel. The end of it is still unsealed. We had the chance to remedy that when we left there after clearing it of some beasts. Highly recommend you take care of that pronto before you find some nasty creatures wandering into the town.
That wasn't brought to my attention. I will speak to Aoth immediately. Thank you.
Aye.
And she turns to Enna. Enna, I do apologize. We have to put our task on hold for now, as we have more pressing matters to attend to. And Enna is understanding, because she does understand that the gate isn't fixed, and shit happens. But perhaps some of these individuals can be hired once again after, hopefully, a resolving of the gate to help you and escort you to this place, as Sunny and Davik know exactly where it was. You guys do know where it was, like it's to the west, northwest, bit into the forest. The location can be given away by the chopped trees, so it's not that hard to find. But for now, I guess we have work to do, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do we need anything before we go?
All I know is that this mine that they went into was the same mine that Davrik, I believe you, if I'm not mistaken, were the one of them that joined out and cleared that cave. I believe there were kobolds. It's at the same place where you had that stone found that I still have in my possession.
Yes, I do remember its location. It should not take long to get there.
All right. But be careful. We do not know what lurks outside and what happened to them. But even if they are alive, Enna, do you have what you said you still had? She kind of looks at her, kind of bewildered. You mean the seeds? Aye. She kind of Enna, this new person picks up a pouch, and it's like a small pouch, looks like a coin pouch. She opens up and she takes out a seed. Yes, I do. Would you mind giving them one? I will reimburse you for that. She kind of nods. She hands over this seed to anybody who wants to take it. She gives it to
Senzu
Sunny.
beans?
She gives it to Sunny. Anna now speaks up, and it's a very soft voice that you hear. She says, that, my dear, is a good berry seed.
Did you just eat it?
Did you just
Did
eat
you
it?
just eat it?
No.
Okay.
You're not Cam.
Don't eat it.
That was great.
I encourage you not to eat it, for I do not know what would happen. However, if you plant it, give it water, and wait an approximate couple of minutes, a small plant will appear that will have about 10 or so berries on it. Are you familiar with the good berry?
Well, I think I've read about it, maybe?
Make an arcane check or a nature check.
Perhaps I have. Perhaps I am.
Throw an arcane check. It's definitely alright. So it's a 10. You have heard of it. You don't know exactly the specifics, but it's a very you do know that it's a very useful and versatile spell. Usually, you know that it's usually a spell, but you have given a seed. It's
I've heard of it. The berries are good, right?
Yes, they might very come in handy. They heal those who are wounded enough, as well as feed a person of all their drink and eat needs for an entire day. I'm assuming what Eve was getting at is that if they have been stuck, if they are still alive, they might have not eaten for 2 days. Perhaps even did not drink for 2 days. And there's not a lot of people who can handle that very well. If you do find them in a position in which you can still save them, that might come in quite handy. As I said, just plant it in soil, give it water, and wait.
And profits. Well, thank you very much. I think it'll come very handy. We should probably get moving very quickly. It takes about, what, a half a day to get there or so?
About that, yes.
About a
One
day's
quick
travel,
thing
more like it.
About those berries. I guess this whole conversation was like loud enough for us all to
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
the
yeah.
details. How long do they stay after they grow? I know a few minutes is very quick. Seems a little bit unnatural. How long do they last after they sprout, after they grow?
It usually takes a couple of minutes for them to grow fully. And once you have the berry themselves, they last for about 24 hours. However, do not eat more than one, for the effects may be less than pleasant. Especially for those around you.
I think I catch your drift. With that, I think we should be going to catch as much daylight as possible. We'll head towards the cave if you let us, if we're good to go.
Make preparations. We don't know what resides in there. And if last time was any indication, whatever is in there, if there is something in there, it isn't good.
Ozzy's been like leaning forward like more and more as the conversation's gone on.
Eve stands up. Well, make haste and report back at your earliest convenience.
Aye. And with that, Davrik, I guess we're sitting down. He hops up out of his chair. Typically, the majority of the chairs around Davrik's legs tend to dangle. So he always tends to like kick his legs. So he kind of hops up, motions toward the door. We'll be back before you know it with the miners, I hope. Either way, we'll let you know what happened to them as soon as possible.
Davrik, one more thing.
Aye.
We will hope for the best, but expect the worst. If they have fulfilled their need, their what they were sent to do, try to make it back with the much needed ore? If it comes down to that?
Yeah, we could do that. I'm curious, would it be worth even potentially bringing a small cart or something along with us? I don't know how much that would slow us down, but
They had
it
a
might
cart.
be worth it if we're. There's I should think before I speak sometimes, and Davrick, a little bit of a belly laugh.
Well, you were there when they left.
Yeah, I.
It's still early. It's still early. I'll give you this one, Davrick, but make haste. This gate must be repaired.
Perfect. Are you ready, Ozzy?
I believe that most people are always ready. I just go with the flow of the darkness.
And he like looks around to see everybody's reaction, like as to what he said.
So that's a yes, right?
In your head, you can hear this.
Ozzy stands up and he like closes his book and he just starts to like walk out.
I think it was a yes.
I think so too, Sonny.
Beautiful. Perfect. So I guess we're on the way out the door and heading to, I guess when we're all outside, does anybody need anything before we head off? It should only take a day at most, there and back, I'm hoping. Maybe it's just some provisions, but apart from that.
Davrick, suddenly you realize that it actually takes about a day to get there and a day to come back.
Oh.
Does it?
Yep, the
I
mine
thought it
is...
was only like a half day away.
No,
Yeah,
that's the
it was
other
a half
place.
day last time.
Yeah, but that wasn't the mine. That was the mountain.
Oh.
Like the thing is, like if you go to the, for those who are aware, like if you go to the mine itself, it's about half a day's inward, following the road, and then one of the road splits off to the mine, and it takes another half day to get there.
Okay.
It's where you found more bones as well. Sonny, you weren't here. That where you were, Sonny, with the place that you were came into play, if you will, was about a half day's walk directly to the east.
Okay. So the mine will take about a day,
Western.
so we'll be arriving at the crack of dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Ozzy, you'll love that.
Alone in the
Then
dark.
we best get going if it's going to take a while. I'm afraid I don't really move very fast with these little things.
I have an idea. Give me one quick second. With that, Davrick runs back to the door. I guess we're just outside. Runs back inside and raps on the door really quickly.
You can hear the footsteps once again. Door opens. Davrick, I'm assuming this is way too quick to finish what you were going to start.
Out of curiosity's sake, I know this is a very urgent mission. Could you spare a few horses, maybe a couple donkeys for us? Something to get there a little quicker. Who knows how long it will take.
She kind of looks at you. Davrick, have you been drinking too much?
Well, yes, but still.
Because this same question was had not too long ago when you sought out those griffins, who haven't returned yet, by the way, so whatever you guys have done, at least that went well. But we haven't had horses for a while.
I guess I'm slightly forgetful, but hopeful. I was wishing there would be something there. All right, I do apologize. Well, let us be on our way. And with that, Davrick just spins and walks off. Just says, kind of turns and waves a little bit as he's kind of doing his little dwarf hobble.
All right. And as you guys move on and do all your things, I think we should also take a break ourselves in real life. We'll be
Ozzy's
right
gonna
back.
go get some rations, by the way.
Yeah, just consider during the break what you get, and we'll go from there. But yeah, like rations would be a really good idea. Make sure just to write down that seed of goodberry one time, Sonny. As you have it in your possession. And beyond that, we'll be back in about 5 or so minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Like
Still
later.
waiting.
All
Still
right,
waiting on what?
we're back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we're still waiting. Like, you know, we were all doing our own little things that we had to do before we left this city. Seems that Sunny is still a little bit busy with her chores. What what do you call that? Preparing?
Preparation.
Preparations. There you go. That's a word that I forgot. All right. So let's go through the motions. Davrik, what are your preparations? Do you do anything specific, or are you just?
I'm just curious. Like at the actual house itself, would we have like rations there? Like, would it be stocked with things, considering how we live there?
Well, nobody specifically has designated a spot there to stock. And
okay, that's true.
Right now you don't even have a stocking place. And besides, everybody seems to go for breakfast every morning and goes to the tavern every single day and night to eat and drink. So
drink, I guess. Okay.
So
I guess
no.
the place to get that is at Baltics.
You could go to the tavern or to the inn to get food, but that's more perishable. I got you. But if you go to the general store, you can get rations that last way longer, like dried meats and nuts and such.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the case. Where are we at right now as well, by the way? Like, where are we? Just outside the mayor's office or mayor's house?
Yeah, you guys are outside the house. Like, you guys are moving through the city to make your preparations. Let's say that, you have a half hour to do what you need to do before you guys leave.
I'm gonna go pick up some rations for us all if anyone wants to come along to the store.
Yes, I'll come with you. I have a few things I'd like to pick up.
Perfect.
I need to go back to the tavern, but I'll join you at the store soon.
Sounds good, Ozzy. We'll see you soon.
And for the sake of time, we're gonna, make our preparations quick. You guys, what do you guys want to get from the store?
Both that we just drop in Dwarven. Davrik just says, "I just need some rations for 4 days for 4 people. We'll make it quick. We must get going soon."
Wait, 4 people, 4 days each?
Aye.
He kind of starts thinking as I'm trying to desperately find the price list.
2 of them are halflings.
Sorry, what?
And 2 of them are halflings.
Probably one
They're like a half of people.
What is this? 2 and a
3 times.
Wait, 3 people? 2 and 2 half people? Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Let's say, so that's 4 people, 4 days. He kind of calculates. It's 20 silver to pop, 2, 4, 6. It's 80 silver total.
That sounds good. And Davrik slips him 1 gold piece and keep the change. I apologize if it caused any issues with you in the past. I've been delving into the ale a little bit too heavily as of late, and with that, he has an overly loud kind of belly laugh again.
Business is business, my friend. And he takes the gold piece and gives you a large bag full of rations, which exist, primarily out of some water skins and dried meats and nuts and, things that don't perish as quickly.
Perfect. Liara, is there anything you require?
Yeah, Liara's going to pick up a couple of flasks of oil, and she's going to pick up a couple of extra water skins.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Just in case.
Hold on. 1 gold piece is not 100 silver pieces, it's 10 silver pieces. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh, that's right too. So it's 80. So I guess you said it was 10 or
it's 8 gold pieces. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll pay him the same amount, tip him of gold.
Sorry. Yeah. Remove 8 gold pieces and add your silver back. Sorry, I keep messing up the conversion.
I always think it's always 100. I keep thinking it's 100. So
yeah, me too. I don't know why. World of Warcraft? I don't know.
Probably. That's why.
Regardless, you have your rations in a large sack. Liara, do you need anything?
A couple of flasks of oil for her lantern, just in case. And she's going to pick up an extra couple of water skins so she can fill them up in case some people need it.
How many water skins do you want?
2 water skins and 2 flasks of oil, I think. Because she's out of oil from burning that one body of that one guy.
That then later came back because fuck you. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. I'm not sure what the oil is worth, but let's say for the entire deal. Yeah, sorry?
I've got it. Oil's 1 silver piece per flask.
Okay, let's say, yeah, for the entire thing, let's say, 8 silver pieces.
Yep.
There's
She
also a few water and such.
she gives him a gold and thanks him in Dwarvish once again.
Like he starts to appreciate you now. You're loyal, and he gives you he takes the 1 gold piece and he puts it in his pouch and he gives you a good nod. And I believe that was Davrik and Liara done. Ozzy, do you do anything specific in preparation?
Oh yes, I dye my fringe a new color.
Okay.
It was purple before, and now it's a medium blue.
All right.
I also reapply any mascara and eyeshadow that might have smudged previously, and I change my outfit.
All right.
At least the clothing part of the outfit, not the armor.
Mm-hmm.
And I make sure that all the tears in the clothing are in the appropriate places. And I would, I get all my stuff together and I head out towards the store.
All right.
I'm gonna pick up some more ink from the store. Another bottle of ink.
All right.
He's got it.
Yeah, I believe that's like 2 silver pieces or something.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
So I ask, when I ask for the ink, I say
hold on. Ink, 1 ounce bottles, 10 gold pieces.
10 gold pieces? Holy shit. Never mind. I'm good.
Are we at the store while he's there, or are we? I'm just at do you get there while we're there, or what? Are we outside, or we met up for this?
Did Ozzy join them or not?
Well, you said you were coming to the store, correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's there as well then at some point.
I guess, okay, yeah, so Davrik sort of looks and overhears this whole conversation. 10 gold. My goodness, the prices here have been slightly steep, but I think it might be worth it. How much ink do you need, Ozzy?
That depends. How much more do you have to say about death?
And he sits there and he's positioned the quill he's got it ready.
Davrik shakes his head, puts his coin purse back in his pocket, and turns and walks out the door.
A wise dwarf. You hear Baltic say under his breath in Dwarfish. All right, so beyond that, there's nothing. You have your rations. You're ready to rock and roll.
Can I get some rope, please?
Oh, you're also that was going to be my next. You're gonna buy some new rope.
I didn't have any before. I'll just get a little bit just in case.
Okay. Let's see. Do you want hempen or silk?
I can't say that I'm schooled in rope, so I'll go with whatever's cheaper.
Okay, so that's you get 50 feet of hempen rope. Maybe it takes about a gold piece.
Okay.
Write down a gold piece and you're good to go.
I think I'd also like to pick up a healer's kit.
A healer's kit.
Yeah.
All right. That's
if it's available.
You see Baltic kind of think. I think we have something. It's not going to be, the best of things. I think we can put something together. He starts rummaging in the back. Healer's kit. How expensive is that?
It's a hammer with anesthetic written on it.
Just shizzle. I don't know. How expensive is a healer's kit?
5 gold in the player's handbook.
Yeah, I can't find it. But yeah, we'll do 5 gold. It's fine.
Cool.
Write down 5 gold and you should good. And I believe everybody is set then to leave.
Yep.
Ozzy checks to make sure that the rations were purchased. And I know that they are, but Ozzy's checking to make sure.
I would be outside right now, so
okay. So he mentions to Liara,
do we have any food?
Yes. Davrik made sure to get extra, so we'll have plenty.
Good then.
Leia kind of like mimics him and tosses her hair as well, and then like walks out.
No,
It's like unconscious. You're just like doing it even though you don't want
Yeah.
to. It's like
It's just like just can't help it.
it's mind control. Yeah, like the pleasantries are over. You guys are prepared. You guys meet up at the gate to leave the city, I presume.
Yes, curious. What time is it when we leave? I just want to note this down.
I would say it's about 11 a.m. right now.
Okay.
So if you guys were to walk, like, you know, a full day's travel is about 8 hours. So you guys would be around about 7 p.m.-ish if you guys don't have any interference on the way.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna head straight there. On the way, I guess, I mean, we're looking out and keeping our eye open because I mean, Davrick definitely doesn't trust nature and doesn't trust outside the city gates. So being very perceptive as to what he sees with all the things he's going through.
All right, now you guys just travel and, you know, there's some small talk. And, you know, the first hour you travel, nothing specific. Yeah, the weather is still chilly. There's quite a breeze. And as you guys walk through the middle, like it's primarily like open fields towards the sides, like the forest and the mountains. The breeze is quite strong, which makes it difficult to stay warm. But beyond that, you guys have nothing to really worry about. And in due time, you get to that place where you found the bones. The bones are now gone. By the way, they're not there.
Okay.
But beyond that, you guys keep traveling, and you do end up being on that spot where the road splits. And this is about 4 hours in your travel. Is there anybody that does anything specific at this point?
Well, I mean, Davrick, we would know. I mean, who is? Am I the only one who has been to the mines?
Of this group, yes, you're the only one.
Yeah. Okay.
The
So
other
I guess Davrick would probably know that. So Davrick just instinctively turns down that way at the fork and just keeps walking.
Like nobody else has been to the mines yet. They don't know what to expect. They don't know where it is. What happened last time?
Yeah, I guess when we reach the fork in the road and Davrick starts turning down, Leia kind of taps him on the shoulder and says, Davrick, could you fill us in on what happened in the mines last time?
With this, Davrick then relays the basis of the actual journey. It's the actual thing itself. I honestly
don't remember.
I can't. I don't. I honestly
Okay,
don't
it's a bit
remember.
long. What happened? The supply of iron ran dry during the arrival of the new adventurers. So they seeked out to find out what happened, what overrun the mine itself. As the miners that were left, the same miners that went back there, the ones that survived, with a few new ones, came back with urgent news that the mine was overrun by these creatures. Now these creatures ended up being kobolds. And the reason why these kobolds were attracted to this mine is because there was a plain touched ore embedded in one of the walls, and was used as a part of a ritual done by kobolds to make them get Tiamat's blessing, which essentially opens them up to magic and such. And you get these kobolds that are shaman-like and very nasty. They were disposed of. The ritual was still in place. They didn't disturb it at all. Last time they left, they just took the stone and brought that back, which nobody has inquired about ever since. So it's also a thing.
I think we may have inquired about it, but either way.
Oh yeah, like, but like the last thing you inquired that you heard was the fact that Bolthic's brother, the dwarf at the general store, has a brother who's a blacksmith, and he was extremely interested, and he might be coming over. But that's the last thing, and it was many days ago.
Yeah, so that whole exact story, Davrick relays as I lead the group down the fork and just fill you guys in on the story as we're walking.
Okay. So, do you expect more kobolds, or are you sure you eliminated them?
Well, we had eliminated what we had seen, but I honestly do not know, Liara. You know yourself. You never know what you're going to run into when you leave the gates. Let's be prepared. Hopefully, it's only kobolds for our sake.
Did these kobolds manage to get the blessing of Tiamat?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
As the conversation continues and the travel does as well, like, he kind of brushes you off. However, Davrik, you do know that one of them was successful in this particular ritual, as he was the one that was firing he was using the magic against you and your companions at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, yeah, you guys go into the road, and the road kinda is definitely less traveled at this point. Like, some of the green is starting to overgrown it a little bit. And as you guys...
just curiously, as we're making along this way, and as it gets like more and more, I guess, less traveled, I want to kind of check and see if I can see any like their actual tracks. Like, are there tracks still around from a few days back? Like, did they actually make it this far? Just curious.
Make a perception check. Make a
Okay.
perception check.
Okie dokie.
And everybody can make a perception check if you're actively searching for something.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Lara tries to, but she's more used to looking for things in a city, not the outside.
Yeah.
What are those rolls right there?
Sonny, save us.
Like, since it's on a road and it's not completely overgrown and there hasn't been any rain, Sunny, maybe it's because she's close to the ground, but she does notice some tracks. You see
You want me to roll for it, or
Oh, didn't you do that?
I just noticed?
She didn't know.
Oh,
No,
thought it
I
was at the-
haven't yet.
Oh, roll for it. You could be the one. 13, yeah, you just good. But you're the only one who actually sees the tracks of a cart that came by with some footsteps that you can spot left and right.
Okay, well, it looks like they went this way. You can see like the little feet prints here, and there's okay, and then yeah. So at least they were here at some point. Looks like going away, not coming back though. That's concerning.
But at least they did go this way. Let's keep on.
And you guys continue your travels. It's about, let's say, about 3 p.m. at this point. And the forest starts to kick in. The foothills become strong as you get close to the more mountain side of this part of the area, as the mountain is actually founded in one of these mountains, of course. These rock formations. Make a perception check, all of you.
I guess we're rolling so good.
I see everything.
Eyes wide open. Some decent rolls there.
All right.
Fringe got in the way last time.
Sunny, roll a d100 for me.
It's a Rask.
I love
It's
the
1d100, right? Just like that.
Yeah, just roll d100.
Okay.
Hold on. Right. As you approach you guys start to approach the caverns, the caves and such. And you actually see in front of these caves, far in the distance, you see a black beast standing in front of it, looking inward. It's not a
Like contemplative?
no, like it's
inside.
It's a dog-like. This is the only thing that Sunny can see. It's a dog-like creature, and it has these large tentacles that kind of like move around itself, with spikes on the end. It's a smooth skin.
Can I tell what it is?
God.
Like, I would be able to tell what it is, right?
Make a Arcana check.
She's the only one that saw it.
Yes, she's the only one who saw it.
So we're at the place now. Then
Nah, you are approaching, but she's the only one who can see it at the far distance. She has good eyes.
Okay.
good eye.
I don't think I made it.
As it's a very dark beast, and it's standing in front of a very dark opening. So she's the only one who can actually make it up.
Okay.
And yeah, like you're like you see these tentacles move around, and you can't make up what it is, but it looks strange.
Then I'm gonna like tell the other guys. There's something there. It looks like I guess kind of like a dog. Can you see it? It's really in the dark. It's got these weird tentacles, spiky things coming out of it. Do you guys know what that would be? I've never seen anything like that before.
And when we hear the description, I want to like try to like double my focus and re-look and kind of like,
Yeah.
because when you see and when it hears that, I want to see if it's like the same kind of
Well,
beast what we've seen
I'm
before.
literally pointing it out to you.
Literally pointing
As
it
you
out?
guys,
Okay,
yeah, like she's pointing it out to you. She's grabbing your head, pointing her finger. She's doing everything she can to get you to notice it, and you do notice it. And your instinctive reaction is a unfortunate flashback to perhaps Antwerp dying. However, as you calm yourself, you notice it's actually a whole different beast. And I want you, that it's not the beast you saw, but if you know if it is, I don't know. But make for me a Arcana check. Everybody who can see it, make an Arcana check.
Okay. Oh God.
Oh,
Come on.
10s are best.
You guys don't know.
Supposed to be good in this.
You guys don't know what it is. It doesn't look natural with and as it starts to move around, however what you can make out of it, it's not a dog. It looks more like a panther, a very large panther that has these weird tentacles coming out of its shoulder with these spiked, sucking looking things at the end of it.
That is terrifying. Tentacle panther. Okay.
And as it starts to roam around the entrance, it doesn't enter it, it just starts to roam around. You actually see that it has 6 legs that look more like arms. And 2 very muscular legs on the behind legs, or just regular legs, actually. It looks fucking terrifying.
I know what it is. I hate you. I don't even know what it is, but fuck you, Ace. Phil, you're so pretty. You're so pretty, Phil.
I know.
So this beast is just like, okay, so Ace, are we at the actual mine itself? And we're
You
like
are far
just
in the
like,
distance. You're like, you're close enough to see it in like a relative right detail. Now that it's been pointed out and it's still light outside. Like I would say that you guys are a couple of 100 feet away.
Okay. Does this beast look, so now that we can see it, does it seem like it's noticed us at all, or it doesn't seem to have...
Good point. Let me check.
Exist?
Um,
Oh God.
I want to stealth. Push the button.
Whatever it might be, I think we should be very cautious.
I'm hiding. I'm a bush.
it's unaware of all your presences. It doesn't seem to be interested in any of you.
Well, guys, that definitely seems like something unnatural. Ozzy, have you seen anything like this before?
Ozzy is cowering behind a tree.
And when Davrick says, Ozzy, have you seen anything like this before? He says, Ozzy? Where did he go? I guess he turns and spots Ozzy.
Well, I'm like actually trying to stealth. Like as a Lightfoot halfling, I can be naturally stealthy, and I can attempt to hide even when you're obscured only by a creature that is at least one size larger than you. So I imagine.
Okay, if that's the case, then Davrick, he's not really seriously overly looking, so he. Ozzy, I can't see you. Where are you?
Do you want me to roll like a stealth check or anything?
Well,
Well, I'm asking Ace, like if I'm like legitimately like cowering.
Well, he's not
behind
he's not like actively searching for you. So if you are actively hiding, it's an auto succeed, if you will.
Okay, yeah. I'm hiding,
All right.
and I'm not saying anything.
Okay, well, when he realizes that Ozzy isn't coming out, he looks and turns to Liara. Well, Liara and Sonny, Davrick says this very loudly. I guess Ozzy has turned and left. Suppose we should push on without him.
I'm sure he's still around. Maybe he's just very good at hiding
So,
in
Ace,
the darkness.
as far as we are concerned, Davik and I, who've seen those beasts down below the church, does this look more powerful to us? Does it look more dangerous?
It will probably
Since you don't know what you don't know what this is, so it's very difficult to gauge something you don't know.
Yeah.
But is it like physically? Yeah, is it bigger? than-
However, if you were to guess, this definitely seems like it has like it looks more terrifying because there's these tentacles with these spikes at the end, right? Where the other beast that you fought before looked more, in a way, more majestic, with a very long tail and such.
Okay.
So if you had to like
more
put them next to the back, you would say that this beast you're seeing now is a little
Probably more
fucking
intimidating.
terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So when Bobby talks about moving forward, Liara turns to him very quietly, kind of whisper, and says, "This beast looks much more dangerous than what we ran into under the church. Proceed with caution."
We should. Should we maybe run along the tree line then, so we can duck out if we need to quickly, perhaps?
I'm not sure of the best action to take. Is there? So how close is it to the main? To like the main
It's
A
entrance?
couple hundred feet, I think.
It's actually standing near the entrance of the mine, and it's looking inward.
The beast itself? Okay, so the beast is like at the entrance looking into
Yeah,
the mine.
it's
and we're, like, a
it's
couple
maybe
hundred
like
feet away.
30, 40 feet away from the actual entrance, if you will. But it's
Okay.
like still a couple of 100 feet away from you guys.
So Leah turns to Daving and says, "I know it may be some time since you were in a mine, but are there possibly other ways to get in, or?"
Is that like a curse against a dwarf? Like, sometimes you've been in a mine. You son of a!
Like she may speak Dwarvish, but she's not entirely sure. Like it's Dwarvish she learned in the city, you know, so she doesn't know about like real dwarves. And,
Yeah. Well, when I was here last time, I was looking for other entrances. I don't recall any. We can try to maybe sneak past the beast. We might be able to figure something out, but I don't recall any extra entrances.
Perhaps we could distract it. Do we have any? Perhaps do you have spells or?
Well, I do have this dagger, and with that, the dagger kind of pulls the dagger out that he had looted off of the dead corpse guy at the end of the last session. Like
Yeah.
I took like a dagger, a shield, and all that. Still has the dagger in the pouch. I could throw this just off in the distance while we're up near the mouth, and maybe we can sneak in before it notices us potentially. I don't know. I've never done anything like this before. It's just an idea, but it may work.
Mind you, can only throw a dagger 60 feet max, I believe.
She kind of turns to Sunny and almost asks for her opinion, and then just thinks better of it.
Damn.
Ouch.
Oh, I don't think distraction's a bad idea. Just how? I don't have anything that goes over much distance.
Yeah, that kind of turns to look for Ozzy.
If only Ozzy were here to maybe shed some light. I'm sure he has a few magical tricks up his little sleeve there.
I think he's far better at shedding dark.
Maybe that's what we need to sneak past this thing.
So like Ozzy is like, can Liara, like, is Liara also like stealthily like moving along the sides?
Yeah, she's trying to hide herself from the beast, not from you guys. So she's making sure that she's covered from that side. So if you're behind her, whatever, you probably see her fine.
Okay. Ozzy's gonna like come up behind like where Davrik is, and he's going to be sort of like wrapped like in his in this like cloak, like this like darker black cloak, and he's gonna be like right behind Davrik, and he's gonna say,
I don't know of any way to sneak up on such a beast. It is beyond my capabilities and those given to me.
Oh, do you have anything to distract the beast, perhaps?
Yeah. Liara swings her bag off her back and starts rummaging through it. I'm going to rummage through my inventory. String.
This beast that you don't know what it is yet, just keeps staring at something on the inside, but it doesn't enter.
Perhaps something simple could distract it, like a rock.
Okay. Liara gets a flask of oil out of her bag.
It might give one of you very skilled adventurer types the chance to kill it.
All right. Liara gets a bunch of stuff out of her bag and kind of lays it down in front of her. She gets her flask of oil, and she gets a spool of string that she has, and she gets her flint and tinder, and she kind of puts it down in front of her and says, "Okay, I think this might work." And she kind of puts the string into the flask, like dips it down and pulls it back out. And she says, "Perhaps if we light this, and then perhaps we can light this, it will explode and draw its attention, and we can sneak past."
I like that idea. Question: how far can you shoot an arrow, Liara?
I can shoot an arrow very far. I can shoot it. I can shoot it 320 feet ish.
Ish.
What if we dipped the arrow in the oil, lit it ablaze, and shot the arrow off into the distance while we were relatively close to the beast? The beast is not even paying attention to the outside. It is totally focused on the inside. I'm sure it might light a small fire or something off in the distance. It may not go lit.
Yeah,
draw its attention.
It's
the possibility.
It's pretty dark right now, right? It's late in the evening.
No. It's about
Still like
it's 3. You know, it's you guys have been standing here for a little bit. So it's somewhere between 3 and 4 p.m. at this point.
And so are we at the entrance of the mine, or we can?
You guys are. You can see the entrance to the mine, and some like basic foundation of the mining equipment and where they have been working on it. But so they're still a couple 100 feet away. Like I would argue that if Liara were to take a shot, she would just about hit it, maybe.
Okay. Well, if we do fire an arrow off that way, we should be at least in a position to go inside. It seems reluctant to go in, which makes me a little bit frightened about what might be inside. But perhaps we can at least get it that way. But then the question becomes, it will probably come back. So how are we going to work with it once it comes back?
Oh, this is a good question, Sonny. Don't know.
I mean, we do need to get to the mine and find what the miners are, and it looks like it would be good to at least be able to get inside the cave because it doesn't seem to want to go. I'm just wondering why it doesn't want to go in there if it's so interested in whatever's in there. Just a thought.
I don't know. This is. I feel we should at least start moving up a little closer and maybe move into the woods and
I think
approach
we should
this.
be careful. I mean, it definitely looks dangerous. Most large cats and things are, well, a bit predatory, and I'm quite small.
You should be quite fine. It's just we need to be careful.
Yeah, we'll have to be careful. I would prefer to distract it in some way so we can. But would it... I don't think any of us here have any sort of trap making skills, do we?
I don't think so out of character. No.
To my knowledge, neither. Unlocking the traps, yes. Making them, not so much.
Yeah. Well, let's get closer.
We'll jump over that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah. Lara says, I will move ahead first. Follow me, but slowly and quietly.
So you guys are all gonna go with stealth?
Yeah, stealthing, yeah.
Alright, everybody, you guys starting to move closer using the trees. Everybody roll stealth with advantage for me.
Oh god. How do you add advantage?
Hit your stealth button on your character sheet.
Oh.
Just where you hit the advantage.
Now you guys move.
Thank God, the advantage.
Yeah, you guys move through through the woods, and the Displaced beast does not seem aware of your presence at all. And you guys, like, how far do you move up? 100?
He confirmed it.
What
He
did
confirmed
you
it.
call it?
Oh shit!
Just
That
running.
is, I have this really weird cough that is latent.
I'm running.
As we get closer,
Jackson,
can
you
we
wanna watch,
see
shut
into the can we see into the entrance any better as we get closer?
How close do you get?
I mean, I think we want to half the distance at first, because you said it's about maybe 300 feet away.
Yeah, it was about 320 feet away, so you guys can move up up to maybe 100 feet away from it still without being required another stealth check.
Yeah. Let's get that close.
Okay.
Right. You guys use the general rock formations and the trees, the very little trees now at this point. And yeah, you do now also see that it seems to like shimmer in and out of existence almost, as if it's in one place but not at the same time. Those with dark vision,
Yep.
you guys can see that the exit on the entrance on the inside seems to be blocked.
Blocked. Okay. I was actually just gonna ask if we could see anything, like any light or something, anything coming from the entrance. So it just looks like it's blocked up.
Yeah, you can't see exactly what it is because it's extremely dark in that cave. There's no light that shines through, but you can see the shapes and forms of objects, like massive pieces of rock and boxes
so like the
and
whole
such.
entrance is sort of like covered in with like boxes and big objects to kind of like close in. Okay.
It has been.
I relayed that to the guys. I relayed that to the entrance seems to be caved in, but yet the beast still is fixated on staring at nothing but like a wall. This is confusing. We should definitely be careful as we keep moving up.
Yeah. Can we take a look and see if the beast maybe looks like it's, I don't know, it has some miners hanging from its teeth, or pickaxes stuck in its face.
Yeah. Also at this point too, do we see any traces of the cart or anything like that outside?
Not outside, no. You can now
Okay.
you can see in the sand and in the dirt, besides like a bunch of tracks, you can also see indeed the tracks of like a cart coming in or coming out. You can't tell.
Okay.
And as far as the beast itself goes, as it kind of moves around, blinking in and out of existence, as it were, you don't see anything that indicates any kind of struggle it had before. There's no like wounds or, indeed pickaxes stuck in its body. It just seems very set on something on the inside.
And did you see her like it was like phasing in and out?
Yes.
Did you say some? It is? Okay.
It is. It looks like it. Like you think it's in one spot, but at the same time you think it's not. It's kind of messing with you in a way.
Okay. And it's still daylight as well, correct?
Yeah.
From where we're at? Okay. Should we wait until dark to do this? What is our plan? Are we going to go with the arrow? We're going to something else? I don't know.
Perhaps in the darkness the light would catch its eye. But we'd have to be careful the light doesn't catch its eye while the light is on us.
This is true. We could potentially block it, but even still, unless we shoot it from the forest, we may be able to make it. I don't know. This is a good point.
Perhaps I could pour some oil on the other side of the road, come back and then light it from a distance.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe even backtrack a little while and cut across, fill a good portion with something where you can hit and light it. I think that's a perfect idea.
The
It is
distraction
best
might
option
be...
that we have right now for sure.
Well, after we distract it, what's the plan? If the entrance is blocked, what are we going to do?
That was my next question, Daverick. You can see better than us.
Why don't you make 2 places with oil? You can light one of them to distract it before we go in, and maybe shoot an arrow with fire at the other one when we come out. I don't see us having any other options.
The hair flip. I'd say we go with it. We have to do something. I just hope the cave isn't blocked over too much for us to get through.
Now, as you can see, right now, it's just barricaded. Some of it is done with rock that have been put into, but there's also a lot of boxes and broken cards in the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
My guess would be that the miners are in there trying to fend off the beast.
Yeah.
So
before we go,
hopefully they'll have a way for us to get in quickly if we can move him, and then we've just got to be ready to move.
Okay. Then is this our plan? Fire to distract and then...
try to sneak in, maybe go through where there's a box and maybe try to push it back into place. I think this is the best bet. Before we do this, though, I'm going to gather up a bit of dirt for the bean or for the seed if we may need to plant it and grow it on the inside. May not find any gravel in there. With that, Daverick just sort of turns around and takes out his pack and just fills up like one of his pouches in his bag with like a whole bunch of dirt, like maybe a couple pounds worth of dirt.
All right.
And that's whenever you're ready, Liara.
Do we want to use fire, though? Maybe I can distract him with a little bit of a noise. It's not very far, though.
Maybe you should have mentioned something about that before.
And Ozzy looks like all like he's pouting. He crosses his arms and flips his hair.
Maybe you can be a little bit more helpful besides just being a bummer. You can see her struggling not to swear at him. But I can't like give it a noise. I'm just not.
Well, you mentioned maybe not fire. Liara says to you guys, can any of you make something glow with light?
Yes, I can.
I also. What could you do, Sonny?
Oh, I can just cast light on something.
Yeah, she like pulls an arrow out and like holds the fletching to you. It says, "If you can make this light, I can shoot it beyond the beast. Perhaps
Okay.
it will catch its eye, and we could."
That would work, but as soon as I cast it, it's quite bright. So
Does anyone have a ball of yarn, maybe?
Well, apart from a ball of yarn, I did actually, in my drunken stupor, found out I could create a ball of light in the distance. It was quite amusing. I was drinking quite a few ales. Just a ball of light appeared from the other side of the room during a headache. I feel like if I focus, I can project some light. I tried it about 60 to 70 feet away. We can move up close to the side of the beast and off into the forest. I can just light a tree up to glow. And I think that alone, because we don't have to send the light or through an arrow, so to speak. There's no track. There's no trace. I could just light up a tree, the whole tree.
This sounds safer. We don't need to be near the light.
What are you using?
Daylight. It should be level 3 paladin spell. I can light up something within 60 feet.
Wait, you already have access to level 3 paladin spells?
Shouldn't I?
No, you only get level 2 spells.
Rip.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
It was indeed a drunken stupor that made you think it was the case.
It must have been a dream. I cannot. Maybe it was definitely a dream. Maybe it's something I will gain in the future, but.
just saw a guy carrying a torch in the
God.
distance.
That would have been
He's like,
I did that.
out of character. I'm so hoping I'll be able to just make a tree light up in the dark. Oh well. One
I
day.
think
Oh, yeah, I can cause a sound distraction, but I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, I can make it go for a little bit, but we have to be ready to get inside and hope that we can get inside. Because I assume it would come back if it's so focused on something.
yeah. It's worth a try.
We can try it. If it doesn't work, then we'll try something else.
All right,
Yes.
so what's the plan exactly here?
I'm gonna try and use thaumaturgy, and I can cause some sort of sound in the distance. I want to make a sound like God, what would even be in this region that would be a prey animal, like
Griffin?
a deer or a boar or something?
Yeah, it's near the forest, so all those things work.
Okay, so just cast kind of sound of something crashing into the forest on the opposite side of where we were and running away, if I can.
Yeah, the range is
The
only up to
distance
30
sounds
feet. So that's the problem,
Yeah,
it's only up to 30 feet.
Yeah, I know. So it's not very far, but I can make it sound like that.
Yeah, you could make it loud and then reduce the volume to make it sound like it's running away. Yeah.
How about this? As you make the sound and as the beast is running away, we do the plan with the arrow and shoot it in the same direction. The beast won't see where it came from, and it will be looking that general direction anyway. Maybe that will draw the beast further into the forest to give us more time to sneak inside.
We can sure try, but we'll see if it's interested in the sound at all.
I can,
Prepare it, perhaps.
yeah. I can cover the light until the very moment I need to shoot the arrow. Let us try. This beast does seem dangerous.
So are we gonna be sneaking up? Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
It was stupid. Never
It's all
mind.
good.
Never mind. It was dumb.
All right, it's up to you.
So right now, are we still 200 feet away because we didn't do another stealth check, or we
It's about 100
we're
feet.
about 100 feet.
About 100
100 feet up? Okay. Should probably try to sneak up a little bit farther, so we don't have to quite run so far to get in. Give us more time at the barricade.
Yes.
We can sure try.
So I guess we're gonna try to sneak a little closer.
I can't say that I'm very sneaky myself.
Yeah, I got all this heavy armor on.
Clang, bong, clang, clang.
Yeah,
I'm super sneaky. I'm really sneaky.
So you guys
Super
move up
sneaky.
as a group closer, or
I guess collectively because we do all want to kind of get in.
Yeah,
I
we want to
suppose.
get in. So
all right?
Better distance.
Yeah, I'll throw a stealth check. However, yeah, I'll still throw a stealth check with advantage because he still isn't aware of your presence. However,
Oh, good.
it's going to be a regular roll for those who have armor on because certain armors have disadvantage, so your advantage cancels out the disadvantage. So
Okay.
let's see what we have here. Yeah, Liera, you are one with the shadows. Ozzy, you are not so one with the shadows.
I'm
Davrick,
in eight with the shadows.
you do make it. It's a 50-50. Is that another natural one? You can re-roll that, by the way, Sonny, because you are.
oh
I
yeah,
thought you said I had advantage.
No, because
you-
your advantage is cancelled out by your disadvantage caused by your armor. Your armor is
I'm
giving
wearing
you.
armor?
You're a cleric.
As a cleric.
Yes. I believe you are wearing skill armor, otherwise
think
chain
it's-
armor.
Oh, right.
And both give
you get
disadvantage.
to reroll
However,
your one though.
Okay,
So, but-
then I'll just re-roll it. We'll just make
Yeah.
it easy.
which means you can re-roll an 8.
Oh,
Still not great.
I mean, I got a 24.
Yeah, both Liera and Davrick, surprisingly enough, even with that armor on, but the fact that he wasn't paying attention, you are able to sneak through. However, at this point, the clumsiness of Ozzy and the sound that comes from the armor seems to be getting its attention. As you can see, the ears perk up. And you can see the tentacles become a little bit wild as he starts to turn around and starts sniffing. And he, however, does now see and is aware of 2 halflings. As you can immediately see him start smacking the ground with whipping sounds as these spikes burrow into the earth. And you can see his teeth. And perhaps you cannot see his teeth at the same time. As you try to look at it, it seems to be in one spot and not at the same time. Bless you.
Thank you. Are we in the trees, or it just knows where we are?
Yeah, like he is now he's only aware of the 2 halflings right now, and he's clearly focused on the 2 of you. Like there's no shadow of a doubt that he is now painfully aware.
Okay, so we're not like actually obscured by anything. We're just
Like there's very little
Fine.
rock formation as you guys entered and got closer to the cave itself, and very little trees because these are foothills and such. And most of it has been cleared with time for the mine and such, and to make the road.
okay.
Okay.
Ozzy's gonna find the nearest rock and try and duck behind it, and he's gonna try and like grab some like whatever's around him that he can throw, and he's just gonna throw it like into the brush.
You see this, like you see him run. You run behind a rock, and you can see that this beast starts to focus on you. Like the focus goes away from Sunny as she is not moving. However, you seem to run behind a rock and then start throwing things, and he seems to be focusing on you as he starts to move up quite quickly. He runs at you. He almost like starts blinking all over the place as he's now very near you, about 20 feet. As you are cowering behind this rock.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run towards like Davrick, I guess. my brilliant plan did not work.
Yeah.
Worth a shot.
In this moment, as he seems to blink near you, he's like, as you start to get near you, like you realize that this is not working, and that you run towards Davrick, giving away his position. Liera, make one more stealth check for
And
me.
I'm just yelling the whole time. "Ah!"
Make a stealth check with advantage for me.
At advantage or disadvantage?
Advantage. because we have a halfling screaming his fucking lungs out.
Wailing his arms around.
18, alright. Now you had advantage. Luckily you had. You are still hidden from this beast, which is very important information as a rogue. However, everybody do me a favor and roll some damned initiative.
It's time. Initiative checks.
It's
Hold on, let me actually set this up real quick as well.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, drag your characters on the thing and we have this like halfling screaming his lungs out.
Oh God! Come on!
Davik rolled a 19.
Yeah, I don't know why, and I had him selected too, but it didn't automatically transfer into it.
Ain't it?
I clicked on the initiative macro
Hey.
too.
That is weird.
Yeah, I don't know
Right.
why it did that.
Oh, use the initiative macro on your character sheet rather than the one down there. I think
Oh,
the one on
okay.
your character sheets.
They both
were
should
alive.
work, but the one in the character sheet will always work, yeah.
Okay, so I'll use that one from now on, as opposed to the macro.
Yeah.
The 19
But I got 19.
This is kind of where the cave is.
Ooh,
As you guys can perhaps see.
there's the Panther Man.
Alright, so this what's my max HP?
And there are some trees out there. I'm certain that Liara is near one of these trees. Oh, that's rectangular. Near one of these trees. Why is it going rectangular? Come on. Apparently the trees in this area are very rectangular. It's a
If you want,
common disease.
If you want circles, you hold Alt, I think.
Alt? Yeah.
Yeah, with the
Nope.
shape.
Oh, over there.
Hold Alt for circle.
Oh, you are
With the
beautiful. You are beautiful. You're a beautiful man. So there's a few trees out here, but primarily it's sand and just dirt from all the work that has been done. Like most of the trees have been cut down, and most of it are tree stumps and such. But this beast, this large beast right now, is aware of everybody's position besides the arrows.
Really far. I ran really far.
Oh, the entrance is where?
The entrance is like on the top.
Okay. Okay, I see it now. Sorry, I wasn't.
And that's the entrance of the cave. That's where you guys ran from. However, where is our beloved, oh, he's all the way
ran
over there.
very far.
You didn't run very far at all. You were like near Davrik. You specifically specified you ran near Davrik, you little cheeky. Just because you're a halfling, come on.
This close though? Are we? I don't think I'm not like 5 feet from this guy, am I? Is he like?
Well, the thing is, he ran after. I'll give you some space, but he ran towards. Yeah,
was
towards
running towards
Ozzy. So.
Okay.
All right.
They should be fine. There's like 3 trees having sex with each other in front of you, so.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So we have our we have our turn order. Let's see. I am missing. Yeah, I'm still missing Davrik. Hit that initiative button on your character sheet.
Yeah, I had rolled a 19. I rolled a 19, but I can hit that if you want me to.
Oh, no.
No, it's the wrong button. Sorry. That's the one.
Okay.
So much better.
Yeah, it says you attempt to use a roll command looking for the value of a selected token, but no token. Oh, I got it.
You gotta select your token, lad.
Let me try that one more time.
Roll 20 mechanics.
You gotta do that. You gotta do the thing to make sure you do the thing, right?
That's way worse than 19.
That's fine. I'll just make it 19 because your first roll was 19, but now you know how to do it. All right, so let's take a look at the initiative order. Davrik, you're first. You see this halfling screaming for its life. It was all talk, but no bite, apparently. He might be finding out what death is himself soon. Unless your actions right now perhaps determine that otherwise.
I'm gonna turn to Ozzy Ozzy, move back, take some cover. And with that, I'm gonna ready up and just focus on this beast and see what's coming. Prepare. Because that's an action itself, correct? Like a ready up, that's an action?
Yeah, you can indeed ready up, which means I want you to tell me what, you can hold your action, which means you have to specify what you're gonna do and what triggers it. For example, you know, you ready your weapon, when it gets near you start whacking it, for example. You can do that.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. I'll just be stood there ready with my shield raised, I take my flail off my hip and loosen the ball on the chain and just slowly start moving it around in a circular motion.
All right.
Just prepared, waiting for
winding
it
it
to
up.
move.
All right. Which means once he gets within range, you can indeed do the attack, but it does cost your reaction. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
Which brings us to our beloved cleric.
My turn?
Yeah, with the
Okay.
eyes away from you, this beast seems to be more interested in your fellow halfling. You seem to be free to move for now.
I'm gonna see if I can command it, maybe?
Okay.
I'm just gonna be like, no, sit! Just stay.
Command spell.
Yes.
Let's see, it's a level 1 spell. You speak one word command to creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or follow the command on its next turn. The spell has no effect if the target is undead, if it doesn't understand your language, or if your command is directly harmful to it. Some typical commands and their effects follow. You might issue a command. Alright, so yeah, you sit it. However, it doesn't seem to be doing anything.
I don't even get a roll. Come on.
It doesn't understand your language. Like, as you move it, you know that the creatures that don't understand your language, it's unaffected because they just don't understand your language and they don't know what you're saying.
Oh.
So, you know what, I'll allow you to do something else, but...
I know. If only if I could figure out what it was, I would.
Yeah, so you don't know, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But, you can use something else if you want. I'll allow this. Because I'm a kind DM.
So
Oh,
generous.
thank you. I thank
I can't
And
do the thing.
Throws the displacer beast at you. He's a king. Yeah.
Killed Antwerp.
then-
Killed Jean-Claude.
King.
then yeah, then she's gonna go ahead with the regular plan and do the thaumaturgy voice behind it, and just do like a big crash behind the beast. See if it can drive its attention away from the group.
What is your wisdom DC?
What?
Your
DC.
spell save DC.
Go to the-
What's your spell save DC?
Spell save?
Yeah.
I don't know where that is.
It's on the spells page under cleric. It's at the top in green boxes.
Okay. I don't know why I don't see it. Class, maybe?
No, spells.
Save DC for me 14?
14, alright. There's this loud cracking sound that happens behind him, and he does seem to flinch for a second as his attention draws elsewhere. For this moment, the next person who attacks has advantage.
Okay.
Which brings
Then,
us... do you move anything?
Yeah,
Like, do you move?
sorry. Like after the crash, I'm gonna try and move closer to the entrance because that's just the thing is like distract it and get in there.
Alright, yeah, move yourself 25 feet up, I suppose.
How do I know what's 25 feet?
If you...
Here-ish?
Yeah, you can... If you start dragging your character, you don't let go, you press spacebar, you get to see like a line, which is pretty neat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
that's
go
10
through a
feet.
tree right now, so...
That's 10 feet. That's like 20. Okay, we'll call it there. Fuck it. I don't know.
Alright, that's fine. Alright, you start moving towards the, as the cat just flinched. Liara, this creature is yet unaware of you.
I am going to ping my bow at it. Yep. And I think I get advantage on this roll because it's distracted.
You
And
get a
I'm
normal
attacking
shot.
from being hidden.
Just Do a regular attack. You hit it. You hit it with 10 piercing damage as well. Nice shot. As you hit it, this flickering that he has, seems to stop as this arrow pierces his skin and starts to bleed. As he now is aware of your location. But this blinking that he did of being in the same spot at the same time and also not is now seems to have vanished as you attack as you have attacked. However,
Okay, I am gonna move now,
alright.
and let me just get my distance here. Yeah. Actually, there's nothing for me to hide behind, is there?
And even if there was, he's now
Forward
aware of your situation and you can't hide unless you have a special ability to hide while your presence is known.
I got the cunning action. I can take the hide action during combat. I think.
Does that
Yeah,
work?
That's a good point. Did you get a sneak attack or?
Oh yeah, you also get sneak attack damage, correct. You also get sneak attack damage.
I only get sneak attack if I have advantage on it.
But he said that you did.
Oh yeah, you're right. The advantage was
person.
yeah, no, you're right. The advantage
From
was
the
not was cancelled by something you don't know.
Okay,
You're right.
So, yeah, is there a rock or something I can use the hide action for? Let me check my things here.
I wonder if you can actually use the hide action while the beast is aware of your presence. Because I don't believe you
I can hide from it if it can see me, but if I get behind something, it can't see me, then I can hide. Stretching the meaning of it.
Nah, I'm not gonna allow you to hide because he's aware of your presence. He can see you, and if you go behind something, he knows you're behind something. So,
Yeah, okay, so I guess I'll just move.
especially since you just jabbed him with an arrow, he's aware of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna move as far away from him, but close to the wall as I can get, so...
Okay, so you use your bonus action to dash.
Yeah, I use my cunning action to dash as well, so I'm gonna get down here.
All right, you just literally just dash for the wall, which brings us to the beast itself. It just had this weird cracking sound behind him. Turns around once again. Like, is Ozzy still screaming?
Yeah, he's just
Alright.
he's just running like flailing his arms.
Ozzy is still screaming and flailing his arms. Yeah. This creature starts. This creature runs. This creature just shakes its body, and this flickering effect seems to come back. It seems to be in and out of existence once again. As it jumps towards Davrik. I believe you can do your action right now. You're the one you were holding.
So that's just a regular attack, correct?
Regular attack with disadvantage.
How do I add disadvantage, by the way?
It'll be there automatically if you attack from your weapons on your character sheet.
Okay. So I have a weapon macro made up, so I think that should probably be the
Yeah,
same thing.
should do it. All right. Yeah, you use your reaction as you were ready for it to swing at it, and you think you've got it, but at the same time, nothing seems to connect as the image that was next to the beast now fades. You thought you had it, but he wasn't
Faded
there.
out of- Okay. So it just faded right through, or just wasn't there when? Okay.
Yeah, it went straight through. It looked like this creature was in one location and it wasn't at the same time. It's like a quantum mechanic thingy. Schrodinger's evil creature. Alright, which brings us, he moves up to you. He swings at you, Davrik, with one of his tentacles. These spikes closing in on you. Let me see what they do.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
17.
Does not hit.
One of these under tentacles goes after this screaming of Ozzy. Crashing down. 20.
Yeah.
You take 9 piercing damage.
I'm down, I think. Yep, I'm down.
Yeah,
Oh god.
this tentacle whips you across the face and just silences you as you fall slack on the ground. Make a death saving throw. Make a death saving throw.
Already?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
down.
yeah,
It's your
my turn.
turn. Don't worry, you have a paladin near you. One failed. Davrik, you.
Okay.
There's one of his tentacles just whacked him.
Yep.
You see, your halfling go down.
So curious, if I were to use my lay on hands mechanic to heal him, that's a full action, correct?
Yeah, you could still move and move around. But yeah,
Okay.
it is a full action.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna turn to Ozzy, and because he's just right next to me, I'm gonna lean down and just kind of put my hand on his chest and say, "Awaken." For one, I'm gonna heal him for one. Just
Okay.
gonna bring him back to life.
Alright. Ozzy, you now are very familiar with death itself as you once again come to consciousness. Is there anything else you do, Davrik?
Am I allowed to attack here now? Or
No,
I
you can. The only
move,
thing you
correct?
can do is move still, unless you have a bonus action somewhere.
No. Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm staying right
Yeah,
where
there
I'm
are
at.
spells that have bonus actions. But yeah, like you could, or a reaction action.
Actually, let me just one really quick second. I gotta check the book really quick.
Sonny, your turn is coming up, so make sure you have a plan of fleeing or attacking.
Okay, as a bonus action, you can utter a vow of enmity against a creature you can see within 10 feet of you. Using your channel divinity, you gain advantage on attack rolls against a creature for 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna use my vow of enmity as my
Alright.
bonus action on this guy. I'm gonna look at him and say, "You dirty rat," and that's how it happens.
Right. As you can feel the divine set in and focus your attention only to this particular beast right in front of you. Sonny, your turn.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and throw my guiding bolt at it.
Go
What's
ahead.
that range? Oh, yeah, that's plenty
Oh,
of it.
nice one.
Yeah. With disadvantage.
I
Sorry?
can cast it at second level, but I'm not sure how to do the damage for that. As it
Uh,
says it adds another 1d6.
You just
Let's
add
just see
another
if I can-
1d6.
Okay. Do I just hit cast spell? Should
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'll add a 1d6 after that?
Do
it
one
supposed
more
to be
roll, because it's you have to make one more roll. Attack roll, that is.
One more attack roll?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Like another casting or a,
Yeah, yeah,
an
yeah.
attack
Another
as well?
guiding attack or another spell attack, essentially.
Okay. I lost it. Hang on. I'm sorry.
Because you're attacking with disadvantage, so I need the lowest of the two.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
All right. The divine smiles upon you as you indeed strike this creature with your guiding bolt. How does your guiding bolt actually look once you cast it?
Pretty awesome. It looks like a big old light spear that just kind of like shoots out, where she just goes, and it flies out from her, and in this really larger, almost larger than her kind of bolt. And it's very, very bright and kind of really impressive. But I don't have the damage in there correctly. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say the damage dice aren't
so
in
if I
there.
hit, can I do the?
You just roll 5d6
Yeah.
for radiant damage. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
And I'm so sorry. I keep saying that I fix this and I don't.
Oh, what damage! Nice one.
Okay, yeah, this light that comes out of you just scorches it, cancels out this effect it had, this illusion, it just removes it from existence for the moment. As you can see that the light just starts burning it, like some of its skin starts to kind of boil. As you...
Yeah, it gets it, and as a bonus on the guiding light too, whoever attacks it next gets advantage. I guess, because of. how
Yep, the next
fuzzy it
attack is now actually with advantage. Holy shit, 22.
That's so much damage. That's it, taking 32 damage so far.
And that was a second level spell that you used, correct? The second level you used it for?
Yeah.
All
my
right.
second level slot.
All right. Yeah, some of its skin's at the wall as the evil is being purged very much by your light. Do you still move or do anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna move a little bit this way. God dang it. Why can't I get this? Jesus. Shut up.
So for homework, you have to move the character.
I know, I use Fantasy Grounds on the other one that I do, so all of the buttons are backwards. I'm gonna get over that way a little bit, because what I'm trying to do is come around it and get back to Ozzy. So
If it makes it easier for you, you can select the token and just use the arrow keys on the keyboard.
This is true.
And then
Really?
move 5 feet at a time. Yep.
Didn't even know that. Cool.
There's multiple ways to roam. All right, so you move. Where do you move exactly to?
here.
All right. So you move there in the open, but you now also see clearly if you look into the cave this barricade that doesn't go all the way to the top. It's just severely barricaded with all the boxes and stones that they could find on the inside. It's what it looks like. Liera, your turn.
Okay, I'm firing a shot at it since I have advantage from the guiding bolt.
All right.
Oh, just as well.
Yeah, I know.
And,
Advantage 20. You hit it with 6 piercing damage. And you have advantage. You get sneak attack damage.
Yeah, slash RD6. 3 extra.
All right.
And I am going to move more towards the entrance.
All right. There you go. And which brings us back to this creature. It's these blows you have been guys giving. It's kind of like it starts to become very sporadic as it's not used to being made contact with often. As it starts to whack around once again. Now twice on Davrik with the tentacles that are on him.
Okay.
19 and 12.
That does hit.
All right.
Okay,
The first
12
tentacle
damage.
just finds its way around you, pierces just in one of the weak spots in your armor, and you take a bunch of damage. 7 piercing damage
Okay.
as it starts to flicker once again. As it takes a deep breath. And now it seems to be in one spot and not at the same time once again. Ozzy, your turn. At 1 hit point.
A curious predicament we're in. Ozzy is going to use the disengage action. And he's going to back up behind this tree over here. Can I get that far? Wait, hold on. That might be too far.
I think you're right.
Well, I'm standing up, so I think that means I can only move 10 feet.
That takes up half your movement, right?
Yeah. I'll go there then.
Okay.
I have seen the abyss, and it stared back at me.
All right. Ozzy being cowering behind a tree. Davrik, your turn.
Okay, I'm curious. So Liara hit this beast with just a regular arrow shot, right?
Correct.
Correct. So that means it can get damaged by just regular physical attacks, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I am going to try to hit this thing right in the face. My flail.
All right, go ahead.
And I rolled there, as you see.
You have
Alright.
advantage.
And
No, he has his advantage is cancelled out by
cancels.
my disadvantage. But you do hit it nonetheless, like this flail
and
connects.
with the hit, I'm going to be activating my ultra
Smite.
divine smite.
All right, let me know how much damage you add.
Okay, so that's 2d8
Use your ultimate, man.
All right.
slash R 2d8.
11 damage, man.
Blam.
Oh, 3 damage.
What?
So you get there's a noticeable louder Like I divine smite just before I go in, you can see the flail just whizzing so fast you can't even see it in the white light, just radiating from myself, and I go and smack her in the face. In the face.
Yeah, this flail just crushes it and scorches the skin with the divine light that you've infused your weapon with. It starts to, like, it backs off under the sheer force. And you can see that it's starting to be at the end of its lifespan. It looks sufficiently wounded. Which brings us back to Sunny.
I think I'm still gonna try this. Which one is our little friend?
I'm next to the tree.
Okay, you're next to the tree. And I'm just gonna try and come back this way. Gonna move. Maybe. Fuck. Jesus. God in heaven. Why? I'm gonna go here.
Alright. You start
There.
running, knowing that Ozzy is hurt. You start running back, you hide behind the tree. Liera, your turn.
Okay.
Kinda got it surrounded.
I'm gonna just keep shooting at it.
Alright.
Just quickly, you said that it's like, it looks like it's like on the verge of death, right?
Yeah, it's very close. It has been taking a lot of beatings.
Okay.
As you try to shoot the arrow, perhaps it's like because you're shooting from darkness, but you flinch and the arrow does not meet its purpose. Coming back to the beast itself. It's now sufficiently wounded. It starts to doubt on what to do. It still takes 2 swings at Davrik.
Nothing.
But you just like your shield is sufficient enough to block it, at which point it actually starts jumping back,
Okay.
which means you get an attack of opportunity. Make it.
Okay, here we go. Here comes the flail shot. Well, bang.
Its nimbleness, even though it's wounded, it's still very nimble and it's able to avoid your flail, which it's happy with. And as it stands there in the open, it takes a deep breath once again, and this displacement effect starts to kick in again, where it looks like it's in one place and not at the same time.
Did it not have that when it backed off?
Actually,
he had advantage.
oh yeah, you have advantage. You do actually hit. You actually do hit for 8 damage.
For 8 damage. Yep.
Do you have
You're
another
right.
smite?
I do, but I'm gonna hold on to it.
Okay.
Yeah, you actually do hit. Sorry, you're completely
Back
right.
there.
It's at the end of his turn, at the beginning. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and even though the flail hits once again, it still stands, but barely, as it kicks in once again. Ozzy, your turn.
If Ozzy last hits this, I'm gonna.
So Ozzy looks at this thing and like he spits out some blood and he says,
Let me show you the abyss.
and he like holds up his gauntleted hand and he like holds out his hand and he's gonna let loose an Eldritch Blast.
Alright. Make the attack roll.
Do it is disadvantage or
Mm-hmm.
yes?
Yeah, disadvantages.
Wait,
The
why would it
Abyss
be
is not
disadvantage?
pleased as the Eldritch Blast lands next to it as it breaks some of the earth and dirt apart.
Sorry,
Davrik.
why would it be disadvantage?
Because
It's a Displacer Beast. It has
That he got hit.
yeah, but it was the end of his turn, which means it comes back. The Displacer Beast at the end.
He got hit just now. Like Davrik just hit him.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it wasn't at the
yeah.
end. It wasn't at the end of the turn yet because he was moving. The movement triggered the attack of
That's true,
opportunity.
so
yeah.
Okay.
Then the
and
attack
then-
happened, but he was still moving away from it. So the attack happened first, then the movement happened, and then he ended his turn, which makes it came back. So that's why it's back.
Okay.
At least that's how I read the text. So. Davrik, your turn. You see this creature heavily wounded in front of you.
And it's on the verge of death, correct?
Correct.
All right. What I'm gonna do, I want to see how far I am from this thing. 25 feet. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm just gonna run right up. Yeah, I gotta go select. I'm gonna run, just straight up run right up. I can only go 25 feet. So this is literally as far as my little short dwarven legs can carry me in one turn. And the whole way, I have my shield raised again. For anyone who doesn't know the size of Davrik's shield, it's literally like a full-on shield made for a man. So it's like when it's raised, it's like the full height of Davrik. So it's you only see the shield running at him, swinging the flail, coming in for the final blow. Whether he rolls a 12. And
You don't hit it.
okay.
You think you've got it, but at that point, the illusion just kind of like shimmers.
Okay.
And you notice that you miscalculated it. 12 is not enough. And he just
well.
moved as well, which brings us to Sunny.
I'm still gonna see if I can get down to him. How do I do the thing again? Oh fuck! Now I'm just moving the whole goddamn thing. There, look, I did it! Yay, I can
There
make
you
it.
go.
Whatever. Fuck. Healing.
Right, cast a heal.
Okay, cure wounds. 1d8 plus spell casting. God, I really gotta make this better.
No castings 4.
Thank you. And then I just do plus 4. Fuck. Yeah.
Whoa.
Nice.
That shit.
Yo.
Energized.
Damn.
Well,
Feel better!
well, the divine light, it courses through your body, which actually kind of is off-putting for you for some reason. However, it does cure your wounds, and you seem to be as good as new.
Thanks, I guess.
Liera, your turn.
Pow.
Yep. And you get,
Mode activate!
you also get sneak attack damage, because there's a within 5 feet there's 14 damage, alright. This arrow
damn.
pierces him, and you see now blood coming out of its mouth, this black, dark liquid.
Dead.
However, it still stands. It still stands.
And bleeds.
And bleeds, very much so.
Oh,
Alright. Alright.
I want to kill this thing.
It's still Wax on Davrik. 17, 15.
No, sir. Not today.
Alright. It now tries to get away from you as you have been in its path annoyingly. So it backs off from you again.
Do I get to do a thing?
You get to do a thing. Do the thing.
I get to do the thing. Here we go. Blah.
Nope,
Come
you...
on, dead.
No, you don't actually. No, you do not connect, unfortunately.
Okay.
Ozzy, your turn.
Okay. So Ozzy sort of looks at his gauntlet and like taps the gem on it, and he's just like,
I saw the abyss!
and he like shoots another Eldritch Blast.
Alright, go for it.
Oh man. I
Alright.
can kill this.
Give me another one.
14.
How do you want to do this?
Fuck off.
Dun dun dun.
It's so unfair.
So like my eyes glow like bright red. And I'm like, abyss! and then like right when the Eldritch Blast connects, I look at him and I'm like, and like the red light from my gemstone and my gauntlet just starts to like curl around my hand and like follows the Eldritch Blast out, and like you can see it like entangle the beast, and like you can see like this glimmer of the beast's like soul floating away, and the red light like encompassing it.
Alright. This blast of chaotic energy scorches over the ground and just like burrows itself into the displacer beast as it is near the wall. The sheer force of it, pushes it into the wall as it just blows what appears to be a massive wound into its chest. as it then falls slack onto the ground. The shimmering effect fades as like this black puddle starts to slowly emerge from it over the ground.
Such bullshit.
The beast has been slain.
You get temp HP, right?
Yep. I get
At least
10
you do a
HP.
lot better with your tank full.
Yeah, so like Ozzy like holds up his gauntlet and he goes and he flicks his fringe again and he says, "Yeah, I guess whatever."
Yeah. Oh, when you finally do fight, it's pretty good.
How long do your temporary hit points last for?
I smell something.
That's a good question.
Maybe an hour? Maybe a minute?
There, 8 hours a day
7
until they're
years.
gone.
It doesn't
Forever
say.
and ever.
It looks like it lasts forever.
Until they're used.
I think until they're used.
Yep, you used. So you get
that
like
makes
what?
sense.
Plus, you get 3 temporary hit points right now. It's charisma plus your warlock level.
Equal to charisma plus the level, yeah.
Yeah, so
So
you
it's
get
3.
3 temporary hit points until they're used. There you go. All right, this creature has been slain right now, and as this creature has been slain, I think we will slay a break. We'll be right back. 5 minutes, and we'll hope to see your faces then.
Yeah.
All right, and we are back with our beautiful faces. What is up? What is up? Thank you so much for sticking around. So the Displacer Beast has been killed.
Yep.
Has been vanquished.
When this thing dies, does it just it doesn't disappear? It's just like it's still there, physically there, correct?
Yes, it's physically still there.
Okay.
And can we go over and like chop his tentacles off as trophies?
You could do that. Yeah, sure.
I was going to. I still have like all my vials from my, what's it called? All the vials from my health potions I had like forever ago in my bag. I was gonna take 2 vials of the beast blood.
We could. Like,
We took Antwerp's vials last time.
Who took those? I don't think.
Was it
Um,
Tortilla?
I think he has. I think he has them.
Okay.
I think he does.
Mhm.
So I have 2 vials of that.
we
Yeah,
could put it
Balthic
in-
was sent out to, like Aoth sent his keeper out to, or sent the keeper out to contact Balthic about, you know, that ash thing, the vial with ash. But that's about it.
Okay.
So, what do you guys exactly want to do?
Let's investigate the entrance.
Yes, let's look at that. And while we're investigating, more than just like trying to find a way through, I'd like to check and see the nature in which, like, I want to see if I can figure out the way in which it was like put together. If it was like just rushed together, like if it's just like what's the nature of how it was done.
Let me
I
first
wanna check.
actually decide what do you guys do with the beast itself? You just cut off, you take 2 vials of its blood, and you cut off the tentacles.
I think that's what Liara was doing.
Do we still have any light in the area? Like, can we see the thing? Or
Yeah, it's actually getting, you know, the sun is actually setting right now, because you guys have traveled almost an entire day, which is about 8 hours or so to get here. So it's about 7-ish. It's starting to get close to 7 p.m. at this point.
okay, so
Okay, I have my light rock.
I'm going to start like
Rock.
drawing the Displacer Beast in my book.
Yeah. I was just going to leave it alone for now. She's not going to cut anything off. Just wants to see if supposed to get into the mine and see if we can find people.
All right. And the 2 vials with blood are still taken.
Yeah, I'm putting those in my bag.
All right, make sure to write them down.
Yeah, I got
And
it.
keep an eye on your empty vials as well.
Yeah, I
So-
still have 1 left.
All right. Now, you guys walk up into the mine with the light, indeed, so there's no need for dark vision. But you guys can see it is definitely not like a collapsing of anything. It's definitely done by hand because the boxes have been tactically placed. Some of the loose rocks that were definitely manually moved. It's very easy to spot. And there's some cards in the way that have been pushed over to indeed act as some kind of barricade.
She's gonna kind of try and find a gap to yell through, and she's gonna yell through, "Hello, we killed the beast," and then she's gonna repeat it in Dwarven, and just listen for a reply.
You hear this echo, like, you know, like in Dwarven as well as in Common, like, hello, hello, hello. And there seems to be no reply of any kind.
I guess we would all hear it if there was a reply. Davrick is gonna look. I'm gonna look for like maybe a weak spot, maybe like a rock or something that might actually be liftable and movable. And I either, if I have to do an athletics check, that's fine. But I want to physically try to pull part of this blockade out of there at a point where it's not gonna actually like just fall in on top of me.
Yeah, do an athletics check, yeah, because you're trying to like move large objects that have been, you know, put together in a way that it is not easily movable.
Is it possible to just climb over the top of it?
Yeah, but you would have to do a athletics, not an athletics check, an acrobatics check.
Yeah.
I'll do an acrobatics check.
I only rolled 13. I had a
Can
plus.
I just find a small spot and crawl inside of it?
No, it's
I have
pretty good
advantage.
barricaded. And so unless you have like some kind of like goo move to like push yourself through like an octopus, I am afraid it's not gonna happen.
A goo move?
I don't know what they're called. There's a thing for it. Anyway, like now what happens is like Davix tries to like start moving objects as Liara starts to climb up in it, and like it kind of gives way, and Liara falls on her face. as Davrik is like now holding like this piece of rock that made Lee Arrow fall.
Yeah, he pulls the rock out from under my feet.
Yeah.
Basically, I like how that lines up too with the rules. Anyway.
Oh goodness!
So
are you
we're still trying to do this. We're still I'm still trying to pull this out. So
Is anybody helping or?
Maybe we should find a good spot. Let me see. Can I use my? Nope. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Leanna will help him out move this rock then, since,
Right.
you know.
Hey,
She's
you just fall on your
working
face. All right, and yeah, like you guys are trying, and it just like Davrik is moving some of the stone, but it's going really slowly. But you guys stand there for a couple of minutes, and after like a 10 or so minutes, perhaps even 20, depending on how much everybody kind of helps, you guys are able to make some kind of opening that you guys can move through with a little bit of climbing.
Okay.
I assume it's easier for Sunny and myself.
Yeah, it's not like difficult climbing. Like I need you to make like a particular check for it. It's only one person has to squirm through it at a time, type of opening.
How much room would I be would I say I'd be able to get through with that potentially?
Yeah.
Or is it only big enough for the half?
Yeah, you got it's a bit.
You're just sucking those lats.
Yes.
He's wearing armor. I don't think it will work.
Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna heal myself back up after that, and I can go through first if you want. Does anyone have a light or something I can put on the shield so I can go through and just get there first? I don't know what could be on the other side, and I would probably fare best if we're gonna get attacked right away. So I should probably go first.
All right, go ahead.
Perfect.
Sunny had some kind of light rock thing.
Do you have some light rock?
I have my light rock.
Do you mind if I borrow it for now?
Oh sure, you can give it back later.
Okay. And so Davrik just takes the light rock, and I start going through the opening and get to the other side, holding the light rock out in front of me to light my path.
All right. Mm-hmm. You move through it, and yeah, you recognize this place. It's the same cave you once saw when you came here first time, but there's nothing really different as you initially see. Like, it's a very large cave. You do remember, like, the two openings that there were. Like, in one of them, there was a spider on top of it, so, like, you instinctively think that there might be more spiders with the game, because it has been a while since you've been here. And it does, it smells a little bit rank as you move further. And you also remember the open place where where you found that stone, that plain infused stone.
Yeah. But yeah, so when I get through, actually, before I'm gonna go and move on, I look back through and shout back through the hole. You guys are safe to come through if you want to explore this with me.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go too. Like, better as a group than separated.
Yep, let's head through.
Okay. So as they're climbing through, I'm holding up the rock with one hand and my shield in the other to kind of make sure that we don't get ambushed.
All right.
Once you get through, I kind of want to check around the ground to see if there's footprints leading from the barricade back to anywhere, in case they've just set up like a base or a camp.
Yeah, make like you're actively looking for tracks, right? Make a perception check.
Yep. Perception is so garbage.
I want to look for clues too.
Everybody who was looking for something, you need to make a perception check.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Perception
was
Balamo. 13. Yeah. Average.
Yeah, especially with Sunny seeming to be instinctively able to like find tracks apparently. You do find indeed like a lot of footsteps. You do still see like the cart moving. There's a lot of dirt moved around, but you can still find that there was indeed recently, like maybe a day or so ago, like quite a bit of activity here, which lines up with the fact that there's now a barricade with a cart in it there as well, and a lot of footsteps of like as if a large group moved through here.
There was a mighty duel. Well, it looks like they went further in. Maybe they barricaded against the beast and were looking for another way out.
It's very plausible.
It's so dark in here.
Very bleak.
Not with my light rock. My light rock is amazing.
give it
Yeah, I
away.
guess whatever.
And with that, I actually like go back over to Sunny and pass her back her light rock.
We should follow the tracks and look for survivors. We'll need help to move a barricade.
Oh, definitely, especially if you want to get the card out. And we need to get the ore back to the city. And, oh, bother, I hope they didn't go too far.
Derek, you remember that this mine was relatively new. It's like there's not like a large network here of like caves in mine. Like there's two main openings. One indeed where the spider was, and the other one with the ritual.
Yeah. So with that, like we're gonna start moving forward. The spider room that was before the ritual, wasn't it?
The spider one was done before the ritual. Yes.
Okay, as I said, I have been here before when we cleared out the kobolds. There was also a giant spider, which I actually so happened to kill with this trusty hammer. And with that, I kind of like pat my little tiny light hammer on my hip. We should move forward. And with that, I just start motioning forward and says, Sonny, you should stay close so we can keep the light up close.
Oh,
So it's not
definitely.
behind us. Perfect. And I guess we start moving towards the room with the spider.
All right. As you guys move through the cave slowly, you see on the left side you do see this opening, this cavern opening, leading on a curve. As you guys move in there, this rotting smell hits your senses quite strongly. But the cave itself is super dark.
Does this smell like death?
It smells like rotting flesh, yes.
Well, that's not good.
So Ozzy takes like a deep breath and he says,
I feel like I'm at home.
Your home must stink.
Hmm.
Well, you would probably think so.
With that, like I can see a fair distance. Like we should be in the room. Can we see anything in this room right now?
As you guys move into the room, like
so.
if you guys move into the room itself, especially if Sunny follows with that rock, as this sense has become overwhelming, you only see like a very empty, initially a very empty room. However, in the far side of this open space, you see what appears to be three bodies laid in like a corner.
Ozzy
On top of
rushes
each
over
other.
immediately.
Yeah, I follow Ozzy and go over to the bodies.
Whoa, so bleak. Oh man.
And he takes out the book.
He's like, can you bring that light over here?
Hold on. Before you pull that book out, just check for the pulse. Let's see if they're just alive or if they're knocked out. And I start checking the pulses.
You think they're alive?
I don't. It's worth checking.
I guess whatever.
Yeah, make
So
a
I'm
medicine check.
checking.
Make a medicine
Okay.
check.
Okay.
I'm gonna come over and see too. Pretty sure they're dead, but we're gonna look.
Okay, I roll in
Roll.
12. Nice roll.
19. I'm good at
Right.
detecting death.
The man can tell.
And Sunny?
Oh, I can roll stuff.
Okay.
I can make them better.
Yeah, like it doesn't take a whole lot to figure out these guys are dead. However, Sunny and Ozzy, as you guys are looking at the bodies, perhaps separately, because there's three bodies, two of them being human, one of them being a dwarven body. You guys see that they have all died, and they have died of severe dehydration and malnutrition. Whatever happened, it seems like the life itself has been sucked out of them. There's definitely some wounds on their body as well, but not fatal wounds, like just cuts and such, that also seem like they would have been infected. So as you look at this and gather the information, you guys can tell that with the wounds as well as the lack of water, probably, and medicine, the bodies just kind of couldn't take it, and they just perished.
I'm gonna try to hide what I'm doing, but I want to try and loot the bodies.
As you actually try to loot it, by the way, make a sleight of hand check, and whoever is inspecting the bodies, make a perception check.
Oh, nice roll.
What?
Yo.
What?
Wow.
What?
Yeah,
Wow.
honestly, you go into your perception into your sleight of hand. You're like, and you know you're good. You're smooth. Like you know you will never find this. However, Sunny sees what you do.
What are you doing?
What? Nothing?
I don't think that's proper for the time and place.
I'm not doing anything. Look, just light some more rocks or whatever.
Do you want me to light you up? Stop it. You behave. We have a mission to do. Come on.
Yeah, I guess whatever.
Whatever.
As you guys look over the bodies, you actually see that there is not much left of accessories on the bodies besides just their clothing and their armor. Like whatever, their weapons, their belongings, they seem to all be removed from it, including their pouches.
Okay, so they've been looted, really? Okay.
Well, these aren't all the miners.
No, we should definitely push forward. There's only one other room in this cavern anyway. They can't be far.
When you say that it was dehydration, do they look like they're like sucked dry, mummified, sucked dry?
Yeah, or they just like dead.
No, it's not like somebody like literally sucked the life out of them. It's just that they have been without water for a couple of days, and with the beating that they took without proper medicine and care and supplies.
They were gone for like 4 days. You don't die of thirst in 4 days.
With infection and with no proper water, being barricaded after a displacer beast attacked you.
I could
say it possible, but
you try to be without water 4 days while working hard.
Can I discern what the infection is?
Sorry?
Cholera.
What the infection is? Like it said.
Whatever infection tends to set in if you are not working long in a not clean room. What's the infection?
Infection of the blood, septicemia or something.
Yeah, something like that. My knowledge of that doesn't go so far, but you do know that it's just a lot of dirt got into the wound and just it started to fester.
Okay.
Add on top of the fact that they were attacked by a displacer beast, didn't have enough supplies, either medicine or food and water, in addition to the fact that they might have been working most of that time themselves into the ground to make sure they had enough supplies. Yeah, the bodies were just stressed.
Let's see if we can find the other miners. If they're not in here, they've got to be somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah,
Kat has been keeping watch this whole time, and she just starts to move towards the way they came.
I wonder what they thought about when they died. I mean, it was slow, right? They had a lot of time to think about that kind of stuff.
Yes, and so will we. So if you don't hurry up, come on, let's go.
All right, fine. Whatever, I guess.
So with that, we do this, I guess, take up the same formation and we trudge on forward into the dark.
All right, you guys move forward and you do enter into that room where that ritual took place. And the room is actually quite dark. The first time you guys got here, the room was actually lit up. But right now, it's extremely dark. However, far in the distance, you see some flickering light.
From what I remember, this is the room that's like there's the entrance, and then it slopes down.
It goes down. Yes, it slopes down on two ends. Because this is where they were originally mining quite a bit. And this is where the stone came from, yeah. And that you see coming from the downstairs area. You can't quite see, but you do see like flickering light.
Okay, well, I do remember that the room itself wasn't huge, so I'm gonna kind of like try to sneak or move quietly or whatever to like the ledge, I guess, or back or close enough to the ledge where that I want to like see if I can discern anything from the flickering light with my dark vision, because I think from like the top of the ledge down even to the far wall was like no more than like 40 feet, 50 feet at most. So like it should be within range if there's any light there.
All right, yeah. Are you gonna stealth up to it? Are you guys gonna stealth up to it, or?
Yeah, we'll be moving forward, yes, carefully and stealthily at least.
All right, those who take the lead, roll a stealth check.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh. 15.
Not bad.
All right, you guys move forward. because all right. So as you guys move forward, yeah, you move forward quite easily. However, you have trouble like completely seeing the room. It's only like the very flickering light, unless Sunny moves up as well. Davrik, you kind of walk in, like, once you start trying to be stealthy, you know that the armor makes enough sound, you just give up and you start walking through. And as you look down, you recognize the area. You still see there's 3 massive holes that were filled once.
Yep.
One of them is still filled with what appears to be like this weird acidic liquid. The fire, however, in one of them has died, and what once seemed to be like kind of water now seems to be this weird, just disgusting liquid. Something far removed from water. As you look around the room,
it was once water, correct?
Yeah, it once was water.
Okay.
But as you look around the room itself, you do see a small campfire, like a very small campfire, and you see somebody trying to stand up, somebody who's not looking good at all. He's like trying to stand up, like you can see him shake under his own weight as he tries to draw his sword and tries to raise his shield.
Okay. Okay, so you said it looks like someone's raising their shield.
Yeah.
Looking up at us very feebly.
Yeah.
With that, I say, do not worry. We mean you no harm. We are here to rescue you from the town. We were sent by the mayor. We've slayed the beast outside.
There's this silence as you keep looking. You already see like a bunch of people against the wall, but appears to be sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude, like, he keeps his shield raised. And do you approach, or do you just keep talking from a distance?
I basically repeated the same thing again, but I guess, like, hoping that he replies, I'll just say the same thing again, just with more emphasis.
And so
Yeah, that pipes up.
Yes, sir.
We brought water and supplies.
We have food as well.
Like right now, you guys are still kind of in the dark, right? Unless Sunny walks up, so.
I have my light.
Alright,
Yeah, I'm
just-
behind these guys.
Okay, so
Sunny
you walk
walks up, so
okay.
the entire room gets
I'm
lit
gonna-
up. Right.
Come up so we can see.
The light stone. The room kind of lights up. Most of a dim light, but you know you guys are well lit. And as you guys look at him, you now see that he is wearing the same uniform as most of the guards in the town have. He still has his shield raised and a sword on his hand, but he's about to collapse. As you look at him, he says, "Finally!" As he kind of falls down on his knees, and you know. Starts like almost begging for some water, like, water, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Run right up to him and give him water. Like,
Yeah, Liara pulls the 2 water skins off her back and goes to the other people in the room who were up against the wall.
Yeah.
Well, the other people seem
How
to be
many people are
sleeping or
down there as
passed
well?
out at this point.
Okay. But how many people are down there as well, Ace? Curiously.
There's another 4 dwarves, as you can see.
Okay,
And
so 5.
with the one who is talking, he's a human. The other person, the other guard that you can see is also human.
Okay,
But
so there's 2 humans and 4 dwarves.
Yeah, correct.
We should plant the seed.
yes, definitely.
And with that, I take my pack and just dump all the dirt. I guess we make our way down first of all to the lower level, but I'm gonna just dump all the dirt like into a big pile, and just after that, I move up to the giant, huge vat of water, and I know it's gross, but he takes his hand. I dip my hand into the gross water, and I'm gonna use purified food and drink on the thing of water, and I want to get the whole pool of water cleared. So I literally just put my hand in the water, focus, and I want to see if you let me. I mean, obviously, I want to.
But before you do that, then make sure that you as you look at the vat of water, make sure you can actually completely clean it, because it's only a 5-foot radius sphere that you can clean,
how
and
big
it's a
is
little
the
bit
thing
bigger than
anyway?
that. It's a bit bigger than that.
Yeah, no, it is. Okay, so if it's too big, then I guess it's.
Wait, how much bigger than that is it?
It's about
It's
it's like a grave
20.
size. It's grave size.
It was like 4 blocks or so is when he drew,
Yeah, it's
drew
like
it originally.
it's about 10 feet, almost like it's like a large grave size. So it's like about 10 feet total.
We've got plenty of water with us anyway. 'Cause that
Okay,
extra
if we have
water's-
enough, then
Because we can fill the water flask again and then purify those as we go along. Because I have that
Yeah.
too.
good idea. Okay.
Yeah, like it's in a sphere, so you could like
So
clean. You can
for-
put it all together and then clean it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll plant the bush where I can. Get some good
Alright.
berries. Get good berries into good bellies.
All right, put some
One
water
that's
on
made
it.
already.
All right. Now, it takes some time to grow. It takes about like 10 minutes to properly set. Like in the first minute, you can already see like this root come up. But it takes for all the berries to pop out and be consumable. It takes about 10 minutes. In the meantime, you guys, you look around and like this soldier who was awake is like still clinging onto the same fucking water skin, just downing it desperately. Like half its water is like pouring over his face. And he's, just, like, he's not even speaking.
kind of
He's-
pull him down a little bit. Like, don't drink too much at once. You'll make yourself sick. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Try and do little sips if you can. I know you're thirsty, but don't throw up. It'll make it worse. Just breathe.
Are the others okay?
I'm gonna go over to the others and make sure that just dribble some water on them. See if I can get some in their mouth. Make sure everybody's breathing. I'm gonna do my medicine thing.
All right, like or everybody who's helping with that, give him a medicine check. The soldier itself like puts himself against the wall, sits, and then just you see this like this expression of complete and utter relief. Yeah, and everybody who's in a medicine check. Those are their medicine checks. Let's see.
25. Holy smokes.
All right, yeah. Like
I don't
together,
have
you
to-
guys noticed that the other human is passed out and on the brink of fading at this point.
As he's
The oth-
getting in like really close and like drawing like details of like his face.
Jesus.
Like the human itself, he has also some wounds, some battle scars. Some of his armor is cut, and you can see that there's like a setting infection. He still is alive, but he's like seconds away from like leaving this world. The dwarves, they are a little bit more resilient, luckily enough, but they have been taking a beating as well. But they just seem to be either in a very deep sleep or just passed out at this point.
Could I use my healer's kit on the guy who's looking pretty rough to make sure that he doesn't die?
You could.
Well, doesn't medicine skill stabilize people, or?
Yeah, like you have to, if you do medicine skin, if somebody's like bleeding out, for example, you have to do a medicine check about 10, and then they stabilize. And yeah, like everybody kind of gets stabilized judging by your checks. Indeed,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Like
Oh,
you don't
okay,
need
so
like
then-
if you just have like some cloth, like if there's wounds, you can and with your water you can clean them a little bit and such. Like you guys can fix them up. As and as you guys are checking it, the good berry now is also fully grown in those 10 minutes, and there's like 10 berries on it.
Okay.
Okay,
Um,
and I'm gonna grab the berries. Make sure nobody like takes them and give everybody a berry.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's
That'll
about
help like people eat if they're going to be struggling to do it. The guys who are passed out, she'll just like where you give dogs pills if they don't really want them. You're just going to stick them in their mouth.
yeah, you help.
Do that with the good berries.
Like you
we'll do
help
our
them
best to
chew,
try and
like-
get them to-
Yeah, you help
We
them
have any
chew
peanut
and
butter to put them in.
yeah, you can
'cause
stick
I
them
think
up. You
even
help
the
them chew,
just
and
the
then you go from
juice
there.
is probably gonna be good,
Yeah.
and hopefully they'll wake up.
However, like these good berries, they are magical in proportion. And if once you help them chew and you rub their neck to make them swallow, the moment they do that, they all wake up, and they are alive. They seem to come back from the death itself, like, and they don't seem thirsty or hungry at all. They just seem kind of exhausted at this point, but they are not asking for water. They're not asking. They seem actually completely refreshed to a certain extent, if it wasn't for the exhaustion. So you guys have only 5 berries left now, because there's 5 people that were passed out. Do you give do you guys give a berry to the one who was awake?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all of them.
Okay, all of them.
Everybody
All right, so there's 4 berries left. Do with them with what you want. And
I'm just
the
gonna keep
person
them for later.
The person who's there is hesitant, but he does, like he has nothing to lose at this point. You guys saved him, so he has this trust. And he feels like he doesn't need water. He feels completely filled, and he's like content, like for a moment that he's gonna be alive. He's gonna be well as he sees the rest wake up as well and come to their senses and stand up.
So how long were you guys like barricaded here?
the one who was awake still as you guys arrived. I don't know. I've only seen these walls for as long as I remember coming in here. When did we leave? You,
What happened
dwarf,
with that
I remember
displacer
you.
beast?
Dwarf, I remember you. You went with the other group.
We went to the lumberjacks. You've only been in here for a few days. I know myself as a dwarf. Sometimes you stay underground for so long, you sometimes lose track of days. But all has been well. You haven't been down here for too long. What has happened? Tell us all that you remember once leaving the town. What happened to you guys?
Especially how you felt like right when you were dying.
This guard gives you a look with disgust, and then turns away from you, completely ignores you. As I remember, the way here was not too troublesome. We had a few animals, but nothing we couldn't handle. But during the first day of mining, and he kind of points to one of the cards that was positioned behind one of the pillars, which is kind of filled with iron and just broken rock and such. After the first day, this beast. Oh God, the beast! He kind of starts to stand up and grabs his
Leah
shield.
puts her hand on him and says, "We've dealt with the beast. Be at ease."
Yeah, don't worry. I killed it.
But it was spectacular. He wet himself mightily before.
The guy has like this chuckle. I believe that, at least. This beast. You have my thanks. For me and my men, it was there and it wasn't. Whatever it was, if it has been dealt with, you have saved our lives. But that beast attacked. No reason. We were mining, or they were mining. We were keeping watch. And it came out of nowhere. We didn't see coming. We didn't hear it. We were able to force it outside and barricade ourselves in, but that must have been 3-4 days ago then.
We should get you back to town as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Do you feel well enough to travel?
I'll manage. After what you just gave me, I feel infinitely better. Once again, thank you.
Of course, it's what we're here for. We're here to rescue you. We should probably wait until daybreak until we head back towards town. We should probably move back up towards the passage and set up camp there for the evening as opposed to stay down here.
Oh, definitely.
Yes,
And we can
let us
work
rest.
on getting some of the barricade a little worked on tonight. Hopefully we can keep a good watch and nothing else untoward happens.
What of the cart? What happened to the cart? Did you deconstruct that to build the barricade? I didn't notice it when we moved through the cave system. What did you do with the cart?
I must have been confused, but the card is over there. At least the one we used. The one that's in the barricade was already here. And Derek, you do remember that the previous miners who were overrun here left their cart and it was pulled, it was like broken down, like one of the wheels was broken off and chunks were taken out. That's the same cart that was actually in the wall there at the barricade.
Okay.
The cart that they had seems to be in proper condition as you look around, filled with rock and ore and whatnot.
Okay. So we should probably just move the cart back up towards the entry. It's fairly late now anyway. I'd say we could just start clearing the entryway, and by the time we're finished, it'd probably be daylight. We should just head back right away.
You take lead.
And we'll complete our mission.
Let's get to work.
And,
all right.
Head back up to the entrance.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go right. I'm actually gonna go over to the cart, and I'm gonna try to pull it myself. So I don't know if it's possible. I want to see if I can pull this cart by myself.
Is there any
up this
donkeys
up
or-
this thing?
Donkeys or mules or horses nearby to pull it, or
No. Like, this was like a cart. This is one of those carts that's made to be, you know, pulled and pushed. There's like no, like, animal, mounting point, if you will. Like, it's a glorified cart, ones that they would
like
use to... ones you would find in the city, right? To move merchandise.
Wheelbarrow.
Like a glorified wheelbarrow, indeed. But then, you know, build in such a way you could, you know, take the load of like stone and ores and such.
okay.
Okay, but yeah, that's what if it's athletics check, I'm cool with that. But I want to go over and try to pull this thing up towards the thing, towards the entrance by myself.
Make an athletics
I'll
check.
help you out.
Okay.
I'll help out.
Oh
Can
God.
Can I use acrobatics or?
Rip.
No, like this is a feat of physical strength. It's like I'm nimbling, pushing the cart up. Like doesn't work.
So with my roll, you crushed it. So basically, I guess like I'll even flavor this up. I go over and try to pull the cart itself, and I realize very quickly that it doesn't budge whatsoever, no matter how much I stress. And then the second Liara gets there, she just like helps me, and it's just okay, and we just make our way on, I guess.
What Davrik doesn't see is I kick the stops out from the wheels.
I can see that because Davrik is dumb as a box of rocks, so there probably was blocks on the wheels, and he just didn't notice.
In the end, that's exactly what happened. Like it kicks, and suddenly, you know, the cart can be pushed. It takes a while because it's a heavy cart, and you're only doing it with 2 people. But you do get it up there, and of course, the stops are being pushed back in. You know, and in due time, the barricade has been removed, at least large enough to you know, move the crew through it and the parties. Well, you guys just decide to stay here for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll even keep watch too, I guess, if there's need be. There's any point, but.
Keep watch just in case. We can take a couple of watches.
Yeah. I'll take watch too.
And also make sure to ride off the water skins. And since everybody, you know, kind of eats, including yourself, because it has been an entire day.
So how many rations should I mark it? Because I got rations for 4 people for 4 days, so like that.
Yeah, so you have 16 rations, right?
Yeah.
If you give everybody like a ration, that's 4 rations down, and the people as well, which is 6.
Good berries, right?
No,
like there's still
the good berries were just for the other
still
guys.
4 left. So
yeah, there's still 4 good berries. If you guys were to eat them yourself, you would not need to use your rations.
Yeah. Hit me up
if
with a
you
good
want it, you
berry,
can
Sonny. Sonny, got a good berry, please.
Sure.
Thank you. And
Yeah, like you know, once you start eating it, like not only do you gain 1 hit point, but you also feel like you completely, you know, like for the rest of the day, you will feel like you're not hungry at all. You're completely, you know, content with that. You have no hunger and no thirst for up to 24 hours.
Nice. And just
Everybody want one? Then?
Sure.
Out of memory, Ace.
Sure, I guess, whatever.
Because Davrik was listening very intently when he asked what were the side of, like, basically when they said what happens when you eat more than one. What was exactly said when, like, what happens if you eat more than one?
She didn't say exactly what happens. She just strongly recommended against it. Because it wouldn't be pleasant for those around you.
Yeah.
I will not give you more than 1.
Okay.
That's what you're curious about.
Rip. Never mind. Let's continue.
You only get 1.
You only get 1. Okay.
And now they're all gone.
Fine. Now they're all okay. Rip the plan. Rip the dream. I'm good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So that good berry seed also disappeared. But yeah, you guys feel refreshing, and the night is, you know, kind of eventless. There may be some small talk, but most of those individuals that are here were stuck here. They just like they could really use a good night's rest, and they sleep through most of the night like a rock, being completely relieved and such. But the fact that they're not going to die a slow and agonizing death. Yeah, like you do, however, notice that there's one individual who's carrying like a couple of pouches and a couple of more items than he probably would need himself. He seems to be carrying those items that were of those individuals in the cave itself. And they like, and when, you know, the light comes down, it's about 9 a.m., 8 a.m., first light, proper light. There's this conversation. What should we do with our brothers? As he kind
We
of
should
like,
take them back with us.
as he kind of points at the cave itself.
Yeah, we should definitely bring them back with us and pay them proper respects.
If we
And
can.
Is there?
I guess.
Yeah, like would it be feasible to put them on the cart and to take them that way? Ace,
You
is there
could,
room on the
but
cart
you know
for
that smell's gonna suck.
Can we? Like,
These are dwarves.
Yeah, like it's two dwarfs, two dwarfs and one guard, I believe I said, right? Or did I say? No, I said two guards and one dwarf. Sorry.
Okay,
what did they want?
this might be kind of gruesome, but I'm curious. I tried this on the thing with purified drink. Hypothetically, if I tried purified food on the dead corpses, would they be suitable so that they're not? I'm saying so we could bring them back and so it wouldn't be disgusting. I know that's bad, but like that's probably something that is done for the paladins do to prepare the dead. So
they are meat.
So
I'm not just saying. I'm just saying it should work.
Chad has been calling me out for playing a very creepy, morbid character.
Yep.
And he just said what I think he just said. And
Yes, but no. I'm just curious.
come on,
if it falls
Chad,
within
where
the
you
realm.
at?
I'm not trying to eat these bodies. I just don't. I want to bring them back, and I don't want us to throw up on the way.
Let me actually read the exact purified text because I want to make sure I'm not. Let's see.
Well, I mean, Davor could probably.
Suddenly they
throw
turn
up
it to
his-
fried chicken.
Oh my god! Fail the roll. They just disappear.
Well, it's
Like, I
knowing
just
you're a
wanted to make them not
paladin.
smell.
Like you know, like it wouldn't fix the entire smell. It would help a little bit, as it takes away some of the diseases that have set in and some of the.
Yep. If that's
Yeah.
what's gonna do, I'm gonna do it. Even if it just neutralizes some of the diseases, so we can actually bring them back to town. I'm doing it. I'm going over. I'm sure they're within a 5-foot radius, and I'm just gonna place my hand on one of them and just close my eyes and make it so that they're non-infectable or non-infected.
I feel like if you're casting purify food, you have the intention of eating them. Like the intention.
No, well, the way
You're
that I
just,
would look at
licking
that
your
spell,
lips
is
like-
I could if it. I know it's gruesome. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I want to show this is so bad. I'm being made out as like an evil man. I'm trying to bring these bodies back to show them respects.
You're just trying to purify the dead. You're not going to eat the
I'm
dead.
not trying to eat them. I know. I'm just
Now,
wanting
like
to spell.
some, like
The spell
it helps
itself
very little,
would
right?
work.
Like you start casting it on one body, and you do notice that it has almost no effect. Like you see,
there
like
we go.
some of the flesh, you think it kind of like helped, but it probably, yeah, not the desired effect by a long shot. And as you start
gotta
moving
cook
the
it a
body
little
as
bit
well, like
Yeah, just leave it on the. Yeah,
Like-
no, I'm not going down that road.
as you
God.
like start pulling away the bodies as well, like you do notice that there is a bunch of liquid that starts oozing out
Oh.
out of their trousers
Well,
and
we should
you know, out of the
probably
wounds
burn them.
itself.
Yeah. If we take them back to town, they'll be burned there. So why not burn them here and save them any further indignity?
We can do them some kind of ritual, I'm sure, and pay the proper respect.
I know lots of rituals, especially death rituals.
Maverick, there's still an acidic pit down there.
I was thinking about that as well, actually.
God, that's
We're
gruesome.
not,
You guys are.
we're not going to
gruesome.
do that.
I'm just
Put
saying,
them in-
I just give you the tools
Here's-
for which you can craft your story. I am but the
Here's the
humble
thing.
world. It
Here's
is
the
you who
titanium
act,
voice.
not I.
The
We
flavor.
need to treat the dead with respect.
Oh my
And Ozzy gets like real serious, and he like crosses his arms and stares hard at
Yeah, so let's do that. Are there any particular rituals that they adhere to? I'm asking the guard.
Yeah.
There are like I do not know these individuals on a personal level. I served with my brother. He says it in like a comrade type way, right? But these miners, dwarven culture is not my thing. Perhaps the other miners. Like, he kind of screams. He kind of screams her out.
Like,
One of the miners, walks up. I
Well, wouldn't I know that as well? Like, shouldn't I? Like, I mean, I'm almost 300 years old. Shouldn't that be like an innate knowledge that I know how?
Yeah, like you know of rituals that dwarves do, right? But it kind of depends on what kind of deity
where they come
they
from, I guess.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay.
But these miners, like they mention Moradin and such, and you know of Moradin. I think everybody kind of knows. As long as the death of the or like as long as there's respects paid, and you know, like if they were to be buried in rock in a mountain, like A+, right? As a dwarf.
Yeah.
When it comes down to the guardsman, well, he served. He died with, you know, trying to stay alive. He fought with honor. Like if he were to burn on the place where he was fallen, I'm sure he will have peace with that.
Okay, so we take care of that, and then as soon as that's settled, we're going to get everyone ready and move out with the cart.
Before we leave with the cart, Kiana says, "Do we want to bring back this beast for study?" And she kind of nods towards the displacer beast lying there with a few arrows sticking out of it.
How big is it exactly, Ace? Like, is that something that would be feasible to do?
Yeah, it's a large creature, but you can put it on the cart theoretically. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it could be useful to.
Yeah. Well, let's
space in a general store.
Yeah. Well, let's
Surely
try.
are
Let's
just
try
lift
it.
with your legs.
However, like you could also just, you know, perhaps ask the knowledge cleric to identify. You know, like that's a ritual you could do. Like you know, like you have a portable Bordic here, a Boltic over here. Like, come on.
Yeah, what do I roll for that? Because I wanted to see if I knew more about it. History.
Like you want to, like, you know, like, hold on. Like first and foremost, you guys do the ritual. Like everybody kind of pays their respects. You know, perhaps Sonny says something specific about it before the burning happens.
I would like to point out that Ozzy actually is like very serious during this whole thing, and like he's like making sure that he's being very respectful of the dead.
Oh, now you are.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
When doing the rituals, absolutely.
Okay. Does Sonny say anything specific, or just, you know?
For those who have fallen, may you find peace in the afterlife, and we will bring respect to your families. Thank you for your sacrifice.
As one of the guards lights up, I presumably the oil that was poured over the bodies, and you guys make sure to pour the oil in places so that it doesn't, you know, burn just the armor, to have a Jean-Claude 2.0 effect happen. You guys make sure that the oil is properly applied, and are even more generously so afterwards, so the bodies go up in flame after Sunny ends her after what she says, and the oil is ignited. It lights up that cave in which they lay. You know, some of the spiders skitter away as the bodies slowly burn to ashes. As you guys move after that ritual, as you guys move outward, and indeed put the displacement beast perhaps on the cart, this allows during the travel home, if Sunny gets on the cart itself, to just perform a ritual. It's a bit of an awkward. It actually takes you a lot longer than you would normally expect, even for a ritual, because normally it would take an hour and 10 minutes for you to identify something. However, because of the continuous rocking back and forth and the rock and iron ore bouncing up everything, it takes about 2 hours for you to complete the ritual. But you complete it, and yeah, like, through your divine means, asking to the knowledge deity that you serve, or to the deity that you serve, you do find out that it is indeed a displacer beast. What do you want to know?
Everything. If it has uses, can you use the hide for a cloak? Can you, does it have magical properties in like the tentacles or in any other way? Is it actually safe to do any of the things I just said?
If you grind up the tentacle, is it like rhino horn?
Yeah, it's very potent. Like you first, like you know that these creatures come out of the Feywild, and there's a lot of lore how they were hunted and used and trained to hunt. These creatures, they don't fight with any purpose. They just hunt for sport, and they kill for sport. They have no moral compass. They just kill and kill. however, like, there are properties to this beast that can be used by very, very skilled craftsmen and users of magic. For example, its hide can be made to make a displacer cloak. If the hide is preserved completely, it could end up being a displacer cloak, which is a rare item, as these creatures are not commonplace, and it requires an extraordinary amount of skill and wealth to make such a magical item.
78.
Hmm?
I said unless you roll a 78.
No, I wrote double 6 on my thing. The 78 was essentially, is there something happening? Yes.
Oh.
No,
oh,
78
okay.
is like, is there something happening? Yes. And then I rolled for what was happening, and this Displacer Beast happened. So yeah, like there's magical, like the tentacles itself are part of the cloak, so if you were to cut them off, like the hide would actually lose some of its magic and probably wouldn't be able to be as fashioned as easy into a cloak. Beyond that, perhaps it has been suggested that blood could be used for certain potions. It is definitely a potent catalyst for certain magics. And if you get it to the right people, it could be valuable as well. And beyond that, yeah, like, you just know some of the lore and such. And what it does and what it's weak against. It actually has no weaknesses. You know that the technique it uses to avoid getting hit is an illusion that indeed seems to disrupt once you hit it once. And if it has a moment to itself, it seems to be able to reactivate it. And beyond that, it just only really uses its tentacles to attack. It rarely bites. And that's it.
Okay. Cool.
Like, there was no magic affecting it specifically or under effect of any magic. No, it was just a Displacer Beast. Alright. And the travels continue, I guess, like, there's nothing really that happens, but around 4 or 5 p.m. you guys do arrive at the city. The gate's still broken. And once again, the guard, and now Rudolph once again stands in front of the gate as he guys sees you approach.
Liara walks up to him and says, "Ah, so good to see you again, Captain."
Aye. He kind of looks at it, and he's like trying to figure out what happened. What's the tale?
Oh, well, we went to the mine to get the iron for the gate. And then we found a displacer beast. And we killed it. And now we have brought the displacer beast and the iron and the surviving miners.
Surviving. Take it a few perished.
And yeah, and like the kind of happy tone from her voice disappears, and she says, "Yes, unfortunately, the displacer beast got some of them, and lack of food and water and infected wounds got the rest. We laid them to rest."
He kind of nods, like, agreeingly. He walks over to the cart, you know, he kind of gives the one of the guards like a handshake, one of those warrior handshakes at the lower arm. Good to have you back, lad. And he kind of nods. He walks to the cage itself, you know, he gives everybody kind of an acknowledging nod, you know, Sonny, Davrik, you know, even Ozzy gets a nod and a strange look with his blue hair. So it was blue now, right? Yeah.
Yes.
He inspects the cart. He inspects the cart, looks around in it, sees the beast itself. Looks up at Liara. Not bad. Not bad at all.
And that Liara goes over and goes, "Ah, yes," and she grabs her arrows and tries to pull them out so she can put them back in her quiver.
Yeah,
like put a foot on the displacer beast, like
Yeah, just
chatting out. You do, however, notice as you pull one out, one of the arrows just kind of gives way. Like it kind of was already bent at the.
yeah.
But the other one seems to be in proper condition still, so you get one arrow back.
Whew. I need to buy more.
And you know, like Rudolph starts pointing around, like, make way. The iron is finally here. Get Baltic. It's time to start working. And one of the guards that was, having guard, moves back, runs into the general direction of the general store. Everybody else moves through the gate. The rest of the guards form once again a formation to block whatever is left of the opening. As you guys can go on your merry way if you desire to do so.
Do you want to find what to do with the displacer beast? Is there like magic people here that want to buy it?
Was that Baltic?
Yeah, Baltic made one.
And he's on his way here, isn't he? On his way.
The only people that you guys know of, like, there's no wizard in town yet. Like, there's nothing that has really happened to this town has really attracted like the very skilled and such. But perhaps in due time, if you guys keep performing these feats, then perhaps news will travel and people will be curious. For example, Baltic's brother will come, which is a very skilled blacksmith. Or at least it has been said he might be on his way. But Baltic, however, did mention that if you guys found something unique, something rare, that he would be interested in checking it out.
Cool.
Yeah, well, we'd like to maybe intercept Baltic and bargain for the price of the displacer corpse or some sort of deal.
As you guys approach the general store, leaving the cart behind near the gate, you see that Baltic is actually picking up his stuff, getting a bag ready. And there's a few men in there, one of the guards as well. As you guys walk in with apparently carrying a dead displacer beast.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Baltic. I know you're busy, but I have an offer for you.
Make it quick. I have something important to do, as you may have noticed.
Yeah. Would you like this displacer beast?
He is expecting you to, like, buy a potion or something, and at this point, like, wait, what?
Well,
A displacer beast. I killed it.
But he
insisted in killing it.
Yes, he didn't. It's dead, but intact. Would you like it?
He kind of looks again. One moment. Bring it here. Rixie! And Rixie comes out of the back as she was just, cleaning, holding a broom. What? Rixie comes to the front and Baltic, kind of just, like, pushes away, like, some of the stuff on the desk. You guys put the displacer beast on it. There's a lot of blood, pouring, not pouring out of it, but there's a lot of blood still on it. And he kind of goes over it, looks behind the teeth, looks at the tentacles that are still intact. Nice. And he says, nice. You were good not to cut this. This is important. If you guys were to cut it, it would have been completely useless. And he kind of looks around. Good state. I presume you, want to sell this?
Well, I would give you everything on the beast, but its hide, if you could make it into a cloak or know someone who could. She kind of looks at Sunny and says, my friend here says there's some good things you can do with the hide.
At which point, he kind of grins, aye. The hide is valuable, but that's one of the only things really valuable about it. These beasts are extremely rare. I myself cannot make anything out of this. I know people who could, but it's a pricey endeavor, an extremely pricey endeavor.
With that in Dwarvish, Baltic, how pricey are we talking here?
Are we just talking about the beast in Dwarfish? Are we talking about the beast or the cloak?
Just hit me with both numbers. How expensive? What are we talking coin here?
The creation of the cloak itself could take up to... And, time slows down as he tries to figure out... as he starts to calculate, like he's in his mind palace right now. It's... oh, wait. Aha! It's a wondrous item, so We're talking about maybe 110 to 100k or something. Hold on.
10 to 100k. Oh my.
It's
okay.
it's a wondrous item, and it's gonna be somewhere between 50k up or higher.
Yeah, it's expensive to
Like
make.
that's what it takes to like make the cloak and such, you know, and that is partially because of the reagents, partially because of the the amount of skill and the amount of man-hour required to actually make a wondrous item. It's extremely difficult.
Okay. And with that, that's coin out of my league.
With that said, why can't he just buy the body and sell it off? I mean, it would be great to have a cloak.
I may know somebody that could fund such an enterprise.
How much would you pay for the beast?
Well, not me specifically, but I think I might know somebody.
So I'm actually like trying to deceive Baltic right now.
Okay. Like magically or just
with my
words?
I happen to be a very good fibber.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, you're telling somebody who's very knowledgeable about this and knows people himself as well that you know people. So he's like, well, I know people too, lad. It's kind of what we do here at the Iron Brow.
Well,
but for the money,
know
for the
somebody that might be able to, possibly pay for something like that.
Make a deception check.
And I'd like to take out this ring that I have.
Mm-hmm.
It's a signet ring.
Okay.
Holy smokes. It's a 22.
Wow.
Eh,
Wow.
That's a good roll, man.
Can
Oh, meets it, beats it.
You're going against a wisdom save against a cleric. Good luck. He kind of looks at you. And he gives you this stupid grin like he kind of says, I kind of know what you're getting at, but no.
+8. What a jerk, Ace. What a jerk.
It's a vendor. It knows, it has high wisdom, and it knows exactly when people are lying. When they're trying to, like, play him. Come on.
This is what I'm supposed to do. This is my thing.
Yes, and you're going against an experienced NPC. Good luck.
Okay.
Like, in all fairness, like, your rolls have been very large against other large rolls, you know? Like, it's like, it's unfortunate, but alas, like, he still, like, but anyway, more serious and more real business as he gives you a glare. Let's see. Beast is in good state. Tell you what. Give you 1,500 gold for it.
Could you round it up to 1,600? That way it's an even split. She cannot.
1,600 gold. It looks at you. Make a persuasion check.
Oh, man. Oh, wait, my charisma's not awful. Oh. Balls.
He kind of looks at you. 1,500, I'm sorry.
can I try? I want to try haggling a little bit.
Alright, sure. Sure. Like, what do you say to him? Like, as he just denied the offer to Liera.
Well, I know it seems like a lot, but perhaps, given the fact that they are so rare, I think 1,600 would be a much fairer price. And really, though the endeavor of making the cloak or perhaps utilizing the blood may be tough, there's still quite a bit left in there. So a smart merchant knows when he's going to make a really good profit and when to keep people who bring him such rare items underemploy. We wouldn't want to have to start looking elsewhere, would we?
Make the persuasion check. Like it's like the border on fucking intimidation, right?
Come on.
He kind of looks at you. And he kind of, like, in Dwarfish, he kind of mumbles, "You cheeky little shit." And
And in Dwarfish, I mumble, "I heard that."
and then he just kind of says back, you know, "Good. But you're right. But let this be." As he kind of looks down at you because you're smaller. Or actually, he kind of looks at the same height. Dwarfs are small. He kind of he looks at you, "But let this be the beginning of a good working relationship, halfling."
Absolutely. Shake, shake, shake.
And you know, he does. You know, he spits in his hand, shakes it, and he'd shake it
Yeah,
out.
that's honestly Sunny and goes to
Rixie.
high five her, but she's good down the way.
You know, like, "Rixie, 1600 from the vault." And like Rixie kind of opened eye this it's never worked with this money more. 1600 bolt? And she just kind of like starts. Normally she would skip. She now kind of like shiftily like runs to the back, nervously almost. And he starts, you know, hog tying the beast. As Rixie in a couple of minutes comes back with, you know, 1600. It's a large pouch with 1600 gold pieces.
Split 4 ways.
Alright, 4 ways. Alright, well, actually, he grabs like 4 sacks. That's 400, you know, and Rixie, divide this. She divides it in 4 bags of, 4 pouches of 400 gold and gives it everyone 1 bag of 400 gold.
Ozzy like takes it like nothing, and then he just like falls over from the weight of the bag.
And then Bolthik, you know, takes the beast, puts it in the back. You can hear metal slam shut for some weird reason. And then after a couple of minutes, he comes back and points out that he has to go as the gate. He's required at the gate to oversee reconstruction and such.
We should
Right.
go see the mayor real quick.
Yes, we need to head to the mayor really quick.
Right. Moving to the mayor real quick, you know. And the door, she opens up.
Fast travel.
Yeah, he's fast enough to the mayor. "Welcome back. Did you guys make it?"
Yes, unfortunately, not everybody did. But we brought back who we could, and we did bring back the iron.
That is great news. Anna is not currently here. Alright. As always, the reward is appropriate. She gives you, as you guys make small talk, she gives you a bag of 300 gold pieces.
Okay. Can she make it?
400.
Yeah, Davrik is actually gonna pipe up 300. I understand the town is low on funds. However, we did save the majority of their lives. What are their lives worth to you, if not a little bit more coin?
As he kind of looks at you, why would you be willing to put coin on somebody's life?
Because we risked ours to go get them, and I value my own.
And
Plus,
then she looks at you, Davrik. She looks at you. No. She looks at you, Davrik, and...
Yep.
But Davrik,
Uh-huh.
you would be wise to remember.
Oh, yeah. That whole thing. And with that as soon as it's that, so, 300 will work. And it's very like out of character. It's very like Davrik is not one to back off of a money like situation easily. And that's just okay, 300 is acceptable.
I would like to point out that Ozzy is like staring at Eve. Eve was the one that you said that I got like a weird vibe from, right? Yeah. Ozzy's like sort of like getting a closer look at her, like as she's talking to Davrik.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he's trying to see like if there's any other magic or anything going on.
Make an Arcana check. Or a religion check, whatever is higher, really.
I think they're the same.
Okay. Yeah, like...
no, Arcana's.
Okay, you look at it, and now it strikes you. You are not absolutely 100% certain, but you might actually think that she herself seems to be like a descendant of perhaps a celestial. You have heard of these creatures. They are known as Asimar. And as you look at her with her, with her white hair and, very fair and pale skin, and this presence she has, you start to realize that she is descended from the Celestials, which is why the creature you have a pact with is responding to it in a negative fashion.
Okay.
So Ozzy just sort of like backs up a little bit more.
She kind of,
sort of like unconsciously.
You see her look, if you're still looking at her, you can see her like, spend a second to look at you, and she has this stupid grin on her face, like she knows. She just knows. Alright, one more thing, Davrik, and for those who are interested. If when the gate is repaired, and I hope that to be soon, I seek out additional assistance for our previously mentioned objective. That circle that once found. I want somebody to look into that. Something to remember if anybody is eager to perhaps seek out additional work or coin. But for now, I think it's time that you guys celebrate. I have business to attend to, that the miners are back. Thank you.
Yes, we'll return when you're ready for us. And,
she gives you a nod.
Yeah, she takes the bag and quickly splits up. So we get 75 each from that. 475 total. Sweet.
Yep. Davik is rolling in coin right now. I have so much money.
On that note, indeed, we end today's session. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, experience points. Yes.
And everybody's getting a lot of coin right now.
Die party!
Yeah!
Yay, we killed everything.
Only took 2 healers.
Yay!
And more berry things that healed us even more from Ace to make sure that I didn't die.
Right now, what was going to happen is that we're going to have like larger time jumps. In addition to that, I will probably start talking about this in next session. I'm going to prepare that. You guys can start investing and unlocking certain buildings. For example, you guys can invest in the temple, which unlocks certain things. You guys can start unlocking in like a better general store, which allows, minor magic items to appear, or perhaps in other things that I will unlock depending on how you guys do certain quests, for example.
Nice.
Like if you help an NPC out and, have good contact with them, that NPC might stay in the city and, set up shop, and then perhaps more things could be unlocked. Like that blacksmith, for example. And,
nice.
If you guys, help that blacksmith set up with investing, quote unquote, you have access to a blacksmith, which could lead to the improvement of metal and armor. And, you kind of get the idea. It's like upgrading, and you guys can influence how the city grows as well. Which I'm building systems for based on how much money you guys want to burn. And of course there are benefits to this for the person who's doing this. Like discounts, just, statues, whatever. Some kind of reference that you are the person doing it. Anyway, let's do some shoutouts as I calculate experience points. Starting with Davrik.
Sounds good. All right, I am Iron Chef Bobby Flail Davrik. I had a lot of fun tonight. If you're new to seeing me, I'm on Twitch. I stream pretty much every morning. A lot of GTA, a lot of different kinds of stuff. I'm playing Punch Club lately. That game is insanely addicting. I don't know if any of you guys would play that, but that is so much fun. It shouldn't be that much fun. I won't spoil it, but there's like if you grew up through the 90s, there's so many insanely good like references to old pop culture stuff.
And
it's
80s.
one of the best things. It's amazing. And the 80s. It's so good. But anyway, apart from that, you can follow me on Twitter, IronChefBob. Follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/IronChefBobbyFlail. And that's me. Hope to see y'all next week.
Jooygirl.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jooygirl. I do stuff over at the Space Fort about 6 days a week here on Twitch, but I'm going on vacation soon, so we'll see you when I come back for my birthday. And it's going to be my birthday, but we're going to have a birthday party on Wednesday if you want to stop by the channel. And I'm Jooygirl everywhere. If you see that name, it's me. So if you see it on the porn site, let's just, wink and nod at each other, but not say anything about it. Okay, cool.
All right, Wacksteven.
Hi, I'm Wacksteven. I'm sorry. I'm like super tired, which is why I was a little like lower energy today. But normally I have a lot more energy. And if you guys want to check things out on my channel, I'm Twitch TV/Wacksteven. I do a whole lot of role playing content on there. Dresden Files RPG on Saturdays, which is a whole lot of fun. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Wacksteven. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for having me, Ace.
All right, and last but not least, Zcotticus.
Hey everybody, thanks very much for stopping by and watching the show. I'm Zcotticus. I'm a crazy person and I play video games. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet under Zcotticus. Thanks you guys for not dying and helping kill the Displacer beast, and I look forward to our next adventure. It was great fun. You guys are all awesome. Thank you very much.
Oh, too kind.
And I'm the DM.
You're
I do
awesome,
this.
Zcotticus.
My name is Ace. I do the this thing every Monday, 3 p.m. PST, pending exceptions. And I also do the variety casting every single day. Keep an eye on all the Twitters, of course, of those beautiful people and myself to be up to date on what we are doing. You can find us on the Twitch links. I'm sure that we have our Twitters linked under our channels. For experience, you guys all get 350 experience.
Level 3.
So keep that in mind, 350 experience. In addition to that, of course, make sure your characters are up to date so I can lock in the overlay for next time, assuming you play. Make sure to also add the level. A lot of people forget to add the level and all the abilities. Read up on your characters. Be beautiful, be awesome. Other than that, guys, I'm going to wish you all a great night. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for playing, you beautiful bastards. I do appreciate it. Other than that, guys, have a great night. Take care. And we will see you next time. Poof.
See everybody.
We're gone. All right.